Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting. We're meeting here on November 20th and 2025. And it's good to see you all and have those who are online as well. As we do every meeting, we'd like to just go around and do introductions. We'll start with Trina. Sorry, I do that every time.
Yeah, no worries. Trina Hedrick. I'm the DWR rep for the council, and I'm the cold water sport fish coordinator for the division.
And by the way, I told her this before. I have a cousin that I'm very close to named Trina, and so it's really a so Trina.
And it is spelled Trina, so you know
Exactly like my cousin. Yeah.
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
So I'm Russ Lawrence, represent Warm Water.
Larry Finch, at large.
Mickey Anderson, commercial rep.
TJ Soklas at large to be my last meeting, but I'm looking forward to 2028 for a third term.
Ryan Newman, Warm Water rep.
Tom Mediar, Southeast Utah Trout Unlimited. I'm covering for Jordan Nielsen, who's on sabbatical today.
Dan Hill, Northeastern rep. Terry Hill at large rep.
Tyler Robinson, Central Region Biologist.
Josue Hernandez, Northeast Region Biologist.
Braithwaite, Fisheries Biologist in the Southern Region.
I'm Rudson, Assistant Aquatics Manager in the Northern Region. Taylor Stewart, Sport Fish Biologist in the Northern Region.
And then those online,
Just want to go in alphabetical order, first name. So
Calvin.
I'm Calvin Black. I'm the Assistant Aquatics Manager out of the Southeast region.
Laren. You there, Laren? I saw a picture of him earlier.
He's on mute.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to Rebecca. Can you guys hear us?
Yes, sorry. Rebecca Granillo, cold water rep.
And then Laren, can you unmute? All right, Laren's Southern Region rep.
yeah, Laren, if you are having a hard time unmuting, you can also use the chat feature in the bottom right. The little like text box demo, if you put that, you can. If you need to say something, you should be able to use that chat, or you can text me even. If you need to say something.
And walking
Hi,
into the room.
I'm Jen, guys. Sorry, I was like a minute late. And I am the Northern Region's cold water, right? Northern, Central, I never remember.
Honey, cold water.
Cold water. Oh, all state cold water. Okay.
Oh, you do. All right. So TJ has run out his time, if you will, on the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council. And TJ, we really appreciate your service and so forth.
Yes, we do. So we just have for 6 years. That's a long time. So we have a print for you to say thank you for your time.
Oh.
And then just a water bottle. And then just put it in an envelope. But it's just a letter thanking you for your service and signed by myself and Drew Cushing and Mike Kenny.
Well, thanks much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
But this gives us an opportunity to replace TJ. Jim Bradley. As you remember, we had 2 people that were interested in filling this slot, but one had to drop out.
Yes, health issues with the family.
So we have Jim Bradley, who is not here at the moment.
But he's attended our last 2 meetings, if you remember. So he's very interested. And I thought he would be here, but
And he was
we could
invited.
still vote. Probably better to vote without him.
Yeah.
It's ready to be awkward.
So I can't remember all the specifics. You remember where he lives, what, what his interests are, that kind of thing.
I was gonna have it. I
Yeah.
only remember, I mean, he's been fishing in Utah for 50 years, right? It's just an older individual who's been fishing a lot. He fishes mostly cold water, I think, but he is interested in fishing warm water, cool water as well, and has done some. I think he just has mainly done cold water in the past. And I think he seems very interested. Like I said, the last two meetings, he wasn't even a member and he attended, right? So, yeah, he's been very, very interested. So,
Are you guys okay? Oh,
And he's been Salt Lake County councilman for decades, so
okay.
he's pretty well familiar with the system. And I think he's fished a lot up in Idaho also.
Mhm.
So
We won't hold that against you.
he's a pretty good guy. He is a good guy. So he's worth having.
All right, so are we okay taking a vote to add him as a member of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council?
Do we need a motion? Or a second, or,
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. Robert's rules.
there we go. I
We have a
second the
motion.
nomination.
Oh, do we have a motion?
Why don't you make the motion?
I make the motion that we add Jim Bradley as a member of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. And we have a second.
I was self-second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any,
Aye.
any negatives? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
great. I'll follow up with him and get him worked through the state of Utah system and try and get him on board for the January meeting.
Okay, so the next item of business is approving the January and June meeting minutes, and let's do these individually. First, the January. Trina will pull these up.
Share those. Get that closed. Let me zoom in a little bit more. I do that. Yeah, so, yeah, read through these and I think I made some minor edits before sending them out. I didn't see anything that, I thought was a problem. I thought they were good to go. So I don't know if anyone had any thoughts on them.
Anybody have any thoughts? Do we have a motion to approve these minutes?
Motion to approve
Thanks, Ryan.
January minutes.
I second that.
All right, thank you. Carrie, all in favor of approving the January minutes? Say aye.
Aye.
Any, anybody disapprove? Okay, motion passes. Now we have
We should be paying attention to who makes the first motion and who seconds.
I'll take
Can
notes.
we go back with that? Sometimes it's hard for Lenny to catch who did. So sorry, everyone. Can we go back to Jim? You made the motion?
Yep.
And then who seconded?
I seconded it.
Okay. And then for the notes,
It was Ryan?
Yeah.
And then Terry.
okay, just to make life easier for Lenny, our note taker. All right, let me switch. Oh,
Yeah, June's ready.
share that tab instead. Make it bigger. Same thing with this one. Made a few minor edits, but I didn't. I filled in a few things, but yeah, did fine.
Anybody see any problems with the June meeting minutes? I like we're getting caught up on these too.
Yeah, thanks for filling in. Huh?
We have a motion to approve the June meeting minutes.
So moved.
Okay,
I'll second that.
second. All those who approve the June meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Any
opposed? Okay,
Okay, I'll get those up on the site for, yeah, So everyone has access to those.
Okay,
The meeting.
now we're ready for the catch and release fisheries discussion.
So this is something that, oh, I should share. This is something that Jane brought to my attention, and it is something that in the division we've been hearing from Wyoming about, and it is really interesting. I just thought, boy, it'd be nice to hear just to talk about it, right? So I'll let you introduce the topic if I.
Okay, and you had, I brought one copy of the article. So this was forwarded to me by Pat Ronaberg, who I fish with a lot. And it's, that hooking injury scale is kind of, so the title is Being Loved to Death, and it's about catch and release fisheries. In this case, it's on, it's near the Miracle Mile. So are you guys all familiar with this? It was news to me. So just as an overview, this shows the damage catch and release can do to the fish because there's so many anglers and so many more fish getting caught, and they've scored it here to these mild to, serious injuries. And they use this scale throughout the state. And it says that depending on the number of fish that are injured and to what degree, it can even damage their reproduction, ability to reproduce, and impact the fishery. So the question that, to Trina was, have we done that in Utah? And are we seeing the same things as they're seeing here? And so if I had super oversimplified this, just, if I left out anything critical, and if anybody wants a copy of it, you can have it if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, so I have the website up here, and it is certainly something that we see, but the interesting thing about the Platte River and what they're seeing here is the extent, like some of these percentages blew my mind. So, we haven't seen it so bad where we have done a similar scale, but it's definitely something like on the Green River, people brought to our attention. And so when we do our electrofishing on the Green, we do that in the fall these days, and they look for hook scarring. That's the person who looks for the spray dye marks. That's their job to look for any hook scarring or any just damage around the mouth. So we can assess this very thing, but again, we don't have the 1 through 4 scaling. It's just, typically we also don't see, like, you look at this massive injury. I mean, I felt like I've seen one fish like that in my career. Like, that's insane, right? These fish are being caught a lot. So in the Green River, we're seeing about 13% of the fish with some kind of damage, that might be in the 2 or 3 range for the most part. So we're seeing it, and it is a thing, but it's not to the extent that we're seeing population level impacts. And that was what struck me. We heard about this at our Colorado River Fish and Wildlife Council meeting in 2024. The sport fish coordinator there was like, yeah, population level impacts. So population declines because they can no longer feed adequately, and there was so much. So it just blew my mind. I don't know. Oh, that's not possible. It's fine, right? So it is something that, I just thought, boy, it'd be really interesting to start looking at this at other, like on the Provo, and maybe, like, I know you guys aren't sampling it for another 3 years, but, keeping in mind that this might be something that becomes more and more of a problem. It needs to be on all of the sport fish biologists' radar, right? So.
Mike just sampled the lower Provo, this fall, and I don't know if that was something that was, Jane, did you do the electrofishing?
I didn't.
I did.
We looked at it one day, down on the lower reach where there is baiting and probably some more harvest, and we might have had 5 fish that we indicated had a minor hook scar, a redness on the jaw. One might have had a little torn up jaw, but that was on 100 grams that we measured. So,
and I think once you guys get the numbers processed, you can look at the trend through time, right? And so do you look at fish per mile, like do a population estimate, or just like
fish and poundage per mile?
Yeah, so you can look at that trend through time And that would be an indication too, in the sense that if it's really this bad, you're gonna see a decline, but I suspect that's probably not the
No.
case, right? So,
Minor
Do you
decline,
see much of it,
but
right?
still.
Yeah, will you go back into the picture?
yeah.
I've never seen anything number 4 on the Provo. I caught a fish last night that looked like number 3. And then the 2 on the middle, I see a lot of fish like number 2. Not a lot. I don't, would you say your percentage, 13% on the green?
Yes.
Yeah,
And it's
Yeah.
held pretty consistently.
yeah. I wouldn't say maybe a quarter of the fish, but this is interesting. I'm gonna start keeping some more anecdotal data about
Yeah.
what we experienced, but
Yeah, and the problem, and it's not a problem, I shouldn't say it like that, right? But anecdotal data is anecdotal data, right? So you could say, well, those fish are gonna be more aggressive, right? They're typically the ones that are getting caught, whereas the electrofishing and our sampling is gonna catch, it's not gonna be biased towards potentially more aggressive, but it's like, this is where it starts, right? I think for Wyoming, it started with guides and anglers seeing the problem or seeing a problem and having concerns, and then it also kind of translated to the data as well. So I think this is what instigated Wyoming regulating guides, and I don't know how that all worked out. I don't know how they're doing that now, but it might just be on this stretch, but
That's if you have fished the Miracle Mile, I mean, it is unique in the sense that it is like Green River fishing density on a short piece of water. So, and it's oftentimes fished during famously fished in the early spring and stuff during runs out of the below reservoir. So you're oftentimes, people will fish to reds and will fish to, sight fish, spawning fish and things like that on the Miracle Mile. So there is, the density of fishing to fish is much higher there also.
yeah, I was thinking that must be the difference, right? It's just a smaller area and it's concentrating people. And so these fish they're getting caught a lot more often, I would suspect, than ours.
Yeah.
So, but again, it was shocking that there could be a catch and release fishery that would see population level impacts, to be honest. Like, maybe that's because I'm small-minded. I'm willing to admit that, but I was just so surprised. You just think of, people being more spread out in Utah. So just applying my own perspective to the world, and there are places where this is an issue, and if we suspect population level is going to increase, which I think we can all agree that it is increasing and will continue to do so, like, this could be something that we start seeing. And so I just kind of thought it'd be good to have it on everybody's radar. I appreciate you bringing it up. Is there anything else you wanted to touch on?
Well, I would say the place I've seen the most hurt fish and is at Mill Hollow, the reservoir there. Because I go there with some of the clubs sometime. There are a lot of hurt fish there, I think. So what is a lot? I mean, you catch a lot of fish there, right? Because of what it is, basically. But there's always a bunch of dead fish along the edge. They get killed. There's stalkers and people bait fish them with treble hooks. So, but I often find them with their mouth grown around a hook, dragging 5 feet. So when I say often, I'll say one a day or one every couple trips. And I see them dragging 5 feet of leader. I've seen that once in probably the last 2 years. And I realize that's not the same fishery as the green and the Provo, what we're talking about, but it is, where people just hurt them and kill them because, they string them, catch a bigger one, take the dead one off the string and throw it out, or just.
That is an illegal activity
Yes,
too. So
I know it is, but nobody's standing there to stop them.
right.
Anyway, I thank you very much for when I sent it to Trina, it was just like, hey, you guys seen this? And boom, she's like on it with a response. And
I'm just fascinated by what they're seeing, and thankful that we aren't seeing it to that extent. Although it is interesting because I do see it as a little slightly different what you're saying about Mill Hollow, but it's still that's a problem, right? Like, that's a whole nother ball of wax, like mortality of fish, right? Say like, I don't know if folks are fishing in the heat of the day in the summer and that sort of thing. And we don't regulate that, and we want people to fish. We just want them to be responsible, right? Like harvest those fish and take them home if we allow that. So it's a whole nother. Would you like to say? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It cleans up the gene pool. That's the dumbest fish on the bottom. The smarter ones are up there.
But
Yeah.
Chris Crockett has a note here too. I mean, I think sometimes we need to educate people that if you will keep some fish once in a while too, this secondary mortality, your fish in the stream hopefully will actually get bigger because of the lack of competition or the reducing that competition. I know there's, like the Ogden River in northern Utah has reaches in there that there's too many fish, and they're all the same size, and we need to harvest fish out of some of these places. So just to increase the quality.
Going to Mickey's point, Josue and I listened to a talk at the black bass meeting, actually. So warm, cold water, but are starting to see trends that we could be shifting gene pools in aggressive fish versus less aggressive fish during spawning time for black bass in some northern region waters. So it is under the radar, or on the radar for some organizations. But again, is it a bad thing necessarily? There's probably a lot of fish that they get caught a lot, and there's probably a lot of fish that do not get caught a lot. That's the nature of a system with 6,000 fish per river mile like we have in the Provo and stretches. Do we need 6,000 fish per river mile in a stretch of the Provo? Probably not. So take it as you please. But yeah, it is a conversation in the warm water world as well. So
They have a lot more nest predators up in that, like Great Lakes area too.
Yep.
So one thing that I thought when looking at the pictures and might be worth mentioning is, I think when you're out fishing, you see fish that kind of look deformed. I think it's worth thinking about if you're catching fish that are wild, naturally recruited, or from a hatchery, especially if they're stocked at larger sizes. I think those fish can get pretty beat up just from the density they're at in the hatcheries, and then fish with deformities may survive the wild. So just something to have to be aware of.
yeah, especially in your Mill Hollow reference, it's almost we treat it as a community fishery because of the use
I
it does.
know,
So
and that's why I go there when I have newbies who I want to be sure they catch something, and
good place to go for that.
well,
Yeah.
if you can cast 5 feet, you got it.
Yeah, thanks for passing that on. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at this article, the link is in your electronic agenda.
Yeah, I should
So-
go check on that.
And it does pull right up, so thank you. All right, we ready for regional updates? Cal, it looks like you are first in line.
Awesome. Sorry I can't be there in person today, and I don't have a presentation, but I do have a few things that update the council on. Back in September, late September, we stocked 1,500 10-inch tiger muskie into Joe's Valley. They went in really well, great looking fish. This is the first time we've been able to get our quota of 10-inch tiger muskie into Joe's Valley. We've been stocking 1.5-inch or 4-inch fingerlings. So we're hoping to see some really good survival with our muskies up in Joe's Valley this year, or in the next coming years. We did some fall gill netting in October. I'm working on the data right now, but preliminary results, everything looked really well. Splake were fat and healthy, had some monster cutthroat, up to 8-pound, 9-pound cutthroat in our nets, some fat tiger muskie. We've been stocking rainbows in there, some 3-inch rainbows the past 4 or 5 years, and they've been surviving up to 20, 22 inches. So things seem to be working pretty well in Joe's Valley this year. Since the last time we met in June, we were right in the middle of our Duck Fork spawn for our cutthroat bridge source. We had our best spawning run at Duck Fork in the 15 years, 10 years, whatever it's been running the trap. We had almost 1,300 cutthroat in our small little trap up there. We had 4 different age classes. lot of fish into that 19, 20-inch range. Really good year. We spawned 110 cutthroat, produced 124,000 eggs, and we ended up about 60,000 to 70,000 fish. Those were all stocked out. A portion went back into the Farron drainage for our conservation needs. And then the rest were split up between the southeast, the southern, and the northeast region for some sport fish purposes this year. And then we conducted our gillnet surveys in Schofield first part of October. Things went really well there. Things looked very healthy. Rainbows range from 15 to 18 inches. And then just about a couple weeks ago, just before Halloween, we had our fall rainbows stocked in there. So 42,000 10-inch rainbows went in. This is the first year of increased rainbow stocking. So we went from 20,000 12-inch rainbows to 42,000 10-inch rainbows. So, and that's a 10-inch average. There was a lot larger fish in there that was stocked out. So ice anglers should have a good time. I know people are catching a lot of fish off the shore and out on the boats right now up there. Our cutthroat are doing great. They range from 11 to 21 inches. They're averaging about 17 inches and 1.5 pounds. Everything's looked fat. I spoke to 2 different anglers this week that's fished it over the weekend. They basically said every other cast while they were out there at their drift boat fishing. We're pulling in big cutthroat and some big tiger trout. So fishing should be good this fall. And hopefully ice will be forming here in the next couple of weeks. Tiger trout range from 12 to 21 inches. Average length was 17.5 and just under 2 pounds. So fat tiger trout, we've been seeing a lot better growth and survival in our the tiger trout the last couple of years. So excited to see that. We had some really nice wiper show up in our nets too this fall. We had a 6.5 pound and an 8 pound wiper, and then 2 other sizes. So we had about a half dozen in there, but about a 4-inch fish, then some 13 inchers, and then these 2 monsters. So we're getting good survival on our wiper, and then our chub catch rates are right where we want them. We're hitting our management goal of keeping chubs around that 50 chubs per net catch rate. That seems to be working quite well to keep the chubs down and our trout growing, but our big tiger muskie happy. So that seems to be going quite well for us still. And that's all I really had, unless the council had any questions about any of other waters. Mammoth's been fishing good. We just didn't survey it this year. We're on a 3-year rotation for Huntington and Mammoth. We did some surveys on the tributaries of Schofield, but we never were able to make it into Lower Fish Creek to do a survey this fall. So we were able to do a bunch of stuff above Schofield, but not on the Blue Ribbon section, Lower Fish Creek. I think since the last time we had the oil spill that happened down in between Price and Helper, and that oil spill caused a tanker caught on fire, and the oil spilled into the Price River by the golf course. Because of that, they had to shut off the water from Schofield Dam for about 24 hours, and then they reduced the flow through October to about 13 CFS. So that's a little lower than normal, but we never saw any impacts to the fishery. We were still seeing browns in their spawning this year and stuff. So even though they had to shut the water off quickly, we didn't see any type of fish kill.
Calvin, I've been getting a lot of questions or a few just about the walleye in Schofield and if there's plans to put more in the future or not.
Sure. So we have seen some return on that one stocking age class of sterile walleye. They've been growing quite well, but the anglers really haven't been able to target them or catch them. We do get a handful, like I said, in our gill nets. We are planning potentially next year if we can get sterile fish to maybe do another small stocking. We're keeping it around like 1 per acre, so about 2,500 sterile walleye. Our biggest concern is making sure they're 100% sterile, because we know the price connects to the Colorado and Green River. So we have to be careful with that, with our restrictions with our federal partners. The other issue we have had problems with is when these the walleye fry are ready to be stocked out, Schofield is typically still ice covered. And so that's been our biggest restriction, is we have a hard time going from 60, 70 degree water to ice and stocking these fry. So once we can figure that out, then we'll probably put them in a rotation every few years. That we're not going to rely on them like we do the tiger muskie, but we will stock them for an opportunity for anglers.
With the facility in Logan opening, will they have space where they could raise your fish longer?
I'm not sure. That's something we've made a request. We'll see how that goes.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any questions from the council? Well, thanks, Cal. Appreciate that. Nick?
I've got a hopefully good presentation.
Yep. Oh,
Just checking.
I guess I need to share. I gotta do all those things first. I just need to get rid of that if you wanted. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, so just an update on the region since the last meeting. So Panguitch Lake, things are going well at Panguitch Lake. I think I updated you on our spring netting this last spring. Everything looked pretty good. We've been a little worried about Utah chub that reappeared in 2020. Their population really got high. We had a big kind of die off of them last year during the summer, but fewer reports of them this year. We didn't see as many in our net, so the Utah chub situation is looking good. Reports of good fishing. So fisheries doing well. We've continued stocking wiper, and then we also added tiger muskie for the first time this year. And that all just goes back to trying to control Utah chub. If you don't know the history of Panguitch Lake, had a terrible Utah chub problem, was treated with rotenone in about 2006. And so that was kind of a one-time thing. We're not going to be able to treat it with rotenone again. It's too big and expensive, and so we have to control it biologically. So that's the idea there. Another thing that's going on at Panguitch Lake is we get harmful algal blooms almost every year there now, which are obviously a big problem. You have to be careful about dogs in the water and kids, and so they're just nasty. They make it unpleasant to recreate. You can still fish and catch fish and be in a boat, but it's just not as fun. And the other issue we have is with another water quality problem. So Panguitch Lake is a natural lake, but then a dam was built to add additional water storage for irrigation. So it's not like a typical reservoir where you have the reservoir that holds back all the water, and the water's typically released from kind of lower down in the water column. So the dam sits up high, and then you have a lot of water and nutrients that kind of stagnate in kind of that bottom bowl. And it creates water quality problems, specifically low oxygen. You have really nutrient-rich water, produces a lot of algae and plant life that falls to the bottom and decomposes, uses up oxygen. So where you have problems in the winter and in the summer, where we really have been seeing some fish kills, mostly Utah chub, not trout yet. As the fish kind of get squeezed, the top water layer is too warm, low oxygen because of the warmth of the water. And then the bottom, while it's colder, which is good for oxygen levels, it's so nutrient rich and productive that there's a lot of decomposition going on, and it's low in oxygen. So fish are getting squeezed. And so that's what we really worry about. If you remember, the Panguitch Lake Dam kind of had a fracture in it a few years ago, so they're rebuilding the dam this year. And it provided an opportunity for us to put in the siphon. So it's the siphon project, we call it. So basically the idea is when they're pulling water for irrigation during the summer, rather than releasing it right at the dam, which, like I said, is kind of up higher up in the water column. It'll pull the water from that deep stagnant part of the lake, and we'll recycle the water more and kick those nutrients downstream. And a lot of it's going to producers who nutrient rich water. It's not a problem for them. They're fine with that. So that's the plan. I should also mention that, so that's addressing kind of the problem that's built up over years and years and years. We're also doing things to address the problem of new nutrients coming in. So there's a project this spring. We'll put in a new fence around the lake to control grazing in the basin. We're working on translocating beaver into some of the tributaries to catch sediment coming in. The headwaters for Penguich Lake was burned in the Bryan Head fire several years ago, so that's another source of nutrients. So the beaver and then kind of some tree felling and stuff should help with that. And then the DEQ, or Division of Environmental Quality, is also looking at doing kind of a bigger watershed plan for the area. One of the issues is also there's a lot of cabins and homes around the lake, and they're all kind of on different old septic systems. So a lot of that needs to be updated, and that will help as well. So that's kind of the situation at Penguich Lake, but it's really cool that it looks like we can get this Typhon project off the ground. And I'm mentioning it now too, because we'll probably be coming to you looking for some funding for this next fiscal year.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
So there are fish downstream now, right?
Yes.
So is there thought that if you send I mean, I know you're thinking about it, but what are the discussions, like if there's a fish kill because you're sending?
Yeah, so we're worried about that a little bit. We're not as worried. So Paul Burnett, who's with DEQ now, he used to be with us and then Trout Unlimited. He's looked into it a lot. I feel a lot better because Paul said he's not worried about it. He's looked into it. But I think a lot of it comes down to the water that's being released will be cool water, which we almost worry about a little bit more from the lake. Then those nutrients are really a problem in the lake with the stagnant water that's there and the algae produces and then sinks to the bottom. Whereas in the stream system, it'll be more passive. We don't have kind of that algae problem.
Yeah.
Is it possible to put an oxygenator in the lake?
Yeah, and that's been tried. The problem is it's the scale of it. It's just hard to a lake that size to feasibly do something to oxygenate the lake enough that you have a huge impact.
Are you, so have you had conversations with folks around, for like the tree felling and all of that? Is that the Forest Service, and are they on board with that? That they'll be doing that work for you?
Yeah, it's a mixture of Forest Service and private. And yeah, there's been, site visits with us and Forest Service and
they're totally fine with like cutting trees, positioning, things like that.
Yeah, part of it helps is that a lot of times we're working in burned areas from the Bryan Head fire, so a lot of it is dead trees. We're not dropping big nice wonderful trees right here. So Minersville Reservoir, it's doing really well. I think I updated you last meeting after our spring netting. It looks good. So this graph shows the fish size in terms of inches. Fish were in good condition. They were healthy. So in the spring, we had a lot of fish in that kind of 19 to 21 inch range. So those fish are going to be a little bit bigger now. It looked really good. It was a dry year, obviously. So the water level got down to our conservation pool, 2,000 acre feet. But no reports of fish kills. And I've had reports since we got past the hottest and driest parts of the year, people doing really well fishing out there. I had a report from a guy last week. So the fishery's doing great. It should be really good the rest of the fall, next spring. There's also emerging cool and warm water fisheries. So there's wiper that are in there basically to control Utah chub, and they've almost completely wiped out Utah chub. So there's good wiper in there. We also stocked a few largemouth bass in there a few years ago, and those started doing really well. People are catching those. I mean, they're small now. It's kind of just emerging cool and warm water fisheries that are providing something else for anglers. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. So our conservation pool is a little weird in Minersville. It's not be first in line, so we aren't guaranteed it. So this graph is showing how much water is stored in the reservoir over the last year. So basically a year ago, there was about 8,000 acre feet in the reservoir, and then you can see basically they stop releasing water, and so the water level goes up throughout the winter. And then the water level on April 1st is what determines whether or not we get our conservation pool. Basically, if it's above 10,000 acre feet, we get our conservation pool. If it's below 8,000 acre feet, we don't get our conservation pool. And so if you kind of look at it and do the math, where we're at now, which is a little above 2,000 acre feet, we're going to probably be close to that 10,000 acre feet come April 1st. So what that means is if we're 8,000 acre feet or lower, we're probably going to need to do an emergency regulation change because they can essentially drain the reservoir all the way. We did that last in 2022. We never had major fish kills. People harvested the fish, and as you saw in the last graph, we bounced back. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that could be coming. We had a super wet October, which is great. So if that keeps happening, maybe we'll be all right. But just a heads up.
It seems really low. I was there last weekend, and I've never seen it as low as it is now. Is that?
It's been lower because it never went below the conservation pool level, and it has been in the past, like in 2022. It's been, but what we found was in the past when we had Utah chub, even our conservation pool level, we had fish dying. But since the wiper took out the Utah chub, there's enough oxygen essentially during those really low water periods that the trout are still fine. So as long as we have that conservation pool, we've had enough years where it's been dropped down to the conservation pool level, we're fine. It's just that it goes below that. Otter Creek Reservoir, kind of similar situation to Minersville. It's doing really well. Lots of nice fish. No Utah chub. There's some really nice wiper and brown trout. It's a great fishery, especially if you're looking to harvest fish. Just want to go out and keep some fish. Log Reservoir, it's doing well. So a few years ago, we had a few fish illegally introduced, and we had to do a rotenone treatment. One of the fish was a little yellow perch. They were illegally stocked, and their population took off. So we did a rotenone treatment, removed them, and since then, the big thing is we've had no illegal introductions. So it's doing well. Our plan was to do an angler survey this coming year, and then kind of use the data from that and all our gillnet surveys to revisit the management plan in 2027. But Washington County Water Conservancy District, who controls the reservoir, they're planning a major reservoir expansion in the next 2 to 3 years, which is a really good thing for the fishery. It's going to be a bigger fishery, and they're great to work with. So they're going to be on top of working with us on having bathrooms and a boat ramp and all those sorts of things. But because of that big expansion, I think we're going to delay doing our angler survey and revisiting the management plan because it's going to change the reservoir quite a bit. So, but yeah, but it's doing well right now. If you get a chance, it's a good place to go. Fish Lake. So there's a lot going on with Fish Lake. So there's a big management plan that was implemented in 2014. A few big items there were we introduced kokanee or reintroduced kokanee. We promoted harvest of yellow perch. We improved the infrastructure. So that's the old Bowery Haven Marine and the new one. So a lot bigger, better, nicer. But there's been a lot of management that's been going on the last 10 years. And it's really a complicated fishery. So we've been doing some intensive monitoring. Taylor Shamo, who's a biologist in our region, he's doing his master's in natural resources right now, and his kind of big capstone project is some intensive food web monitoring on Fish Lake. So hopefully once we get all those data together and have a better idea of what the impacts of the management actions have been, then we'll revisit that management plan probably in the winter of 2027. And when we do that, we'd like to have the Blue Ribbon Council involved. Typically, we put together a committee of mostly anglers, but also like an elected official, someone from the Forest Service concessionaire. And then we usually like to, on the Blue Ribbon Water, have somebody from the Blue Ribbon Council representing you guys. So that'll be coming. We also did a project at Fish Lake, so the Twin Creeks that flows into Fish Lake, where the kokanee run, we have the boardwalks. We fixed up the boardwalk. put in some better parking and more wheelchair accessible, access to the boardwalk. So it was a good project. We also collected eggs at Fish Lake. That went really well. The boardwalk upgrades were really helpful there. Boulder Mountain, we do a lot of netting there during the summer. For the most part, things look good on Boulder Mountain. Some of our highest elevation lakes on Boulder Top. A lot of those were killed last year, so those weren't doing great, but anything right off the top was pretty much doing well. I had to really crop that one picture because people get kind of touchy about where fish are caught on the boulder, but yeah, that was an 18-pound tiger trout that was caught in a little lake on Boulder Mountain. So it's a cool lake. The one on the right, that's Oak Creek Reservoir, which is really rebounded. It used to be a lot of extended brook trout, but it's got 4+ pound brook trout in it right now. So yeah, Boulder Mountain's good. If you want to go down there and fish, feel free to give me a call. We can kind of point you in the right direction. Clear Creek, it's doing well. We did a treatment in Fish Creek, one of the tributaries this summer, to remove brown trout. We felt like that treatment was successful. Fortunately, just yesterday, we got a report of the brown trout being caught down lower in the system. So we're going to do a lot of electrofishing and try and figure out how bad the situation is. The barrier looks like it's functioning, so we don't think it came up from the Severe River into Clear Creek. We're hoping someone just moved the fish, and if we do enough electrofishing, but we'll be monitoring that closely. But right now, we're not planning any treatments or anything on Clear Creek, the main stem.
How far down?
It was in the park, in the state park, right by the freeway.
What was the lake where that giant brook trout was on Boulder Mountain? Did you say the name of
Oak
it?
Creek Reservoir. Oak
Creek.
Yeah, or
Okay,
up and
thank you.
down, some people call it. So Clear Creek, oh yeah, so years ago, there was a big structure put in here, you can see on the left. It was basically meant to protect a road that runs by the stream, and it's failing. You can see up lower where the guy's standing there, it's basically eroding out around that, and that whole structure was failing. It's a huge structure. And so we got wind that there was a plan. The county got some emergency money to basically extend the structure so make it even bigger and longer, which would make it impassable to fish. And create some other problems. So we got involved and Blue Ribbon ended up contributing some money to do a redesign on the project. So we worked with the county and got a redesign. We kind of fought them it's basically grouted riprap is what they've done. We kind of fought them on the grouting, but there wasn't any way to avoid it. But what we got them to do was kind of do a series of steps, which now allows fish passage, which we need in the system. So that was something you guys helped fund it that we really appreciated. It was a good project, but we were kind of able to redesign things and have kind of a win-win for everybody. The county was still happy, and so yeah, it was a good project. East Fork of the Severe River, Black Canyon, Kingston Canyon, and Marysville Canyon, which isn't Blue Ribbon, but it's still a really good fishery. We've done some electrofishing. It looks good. This was actually last year, but yeah, all the reports I've got these Blue Ribbon fisheries are doing really well. We're working on a habitat management plan, which is something all our WMAs have. But because fisheries are such a big component of these WMAs, one of our biologists, Oakley Toomer, he's working on doing these habitat management plans. So the Blue Ribbon Council voted to keep these Blue Ribbon 2 years ago, which we essentially took as an endorsement of how management is right now and what the fisheries are. So we're no changes. We're planning on just continuing as is the fisheries. Lake Powell, we completed the fall gill netting surveys this year, and then also a year-long creel survey. So low water at Lake Powell, I think it only came up 5 feet this year. So low water, not low water hit the shad hard, and then older striped bass. Talking to Dan, the biologist there, he said there's still a healthy population of 1.5 to 3.5-year-old striped bass. From the creel survey, total angler hours are down, but catch rates are up. So Dan had just done a first look at the data. So we don't have any great stories about what's going on there, but maybe I can give a better update in the January meeting. just what we're seeing with anglers with Lake Powell. Basically with Lake Powell water, if we get water, that'll help everything. When we get the big runoffs and water level comes up and inundates vegetation and pours in nutrients that help with feed for the shad. It just helps everything. So we, like everywhere, we just need a good winter and runoff. So the Washington County Blue Ribbon Fisheries Sand Hollow, if you'll remember, we just got a new management plan for all three of these fisheries. So we started implementing that. Sand Hollow, essentially we had kind of a stunted population of largemouth bass. So a big part of the management plan was going to be increasing harvest to try and improve fish size and condition. So we're seeing a little bit of improvement for the largemouth bass, and then also a healthy bluegill population. We're doing a creel survey at Sand Hollow. It's still going, so maybe in the January meeting, I can update you with what we're seeing from the angler survey there. Quail Creek Reservoir, the largemouth bass population was doing pretty well. Some really nice trophy fish, but we just don't see the younger age classes like we think we should. So John, our biologist there, is doing a lot of monitoring to figure out what's going on. But Quail Creek's still a good fishery. There's trophy bass in there. And then it's actually kind of a sleeper for bluegill. If you like big bluegill or know somebody who does it, it's a really good bluegill fishery. There's a lot of really nice bluegill in Quail Creek. Gunlock reservoirs, kind of clicking on all cylinders right now. Largemouth are doing awesome. I was talking to John, he feels just really good about the largemouth population. All the age classes are where they should be and the size of, and there's lots of 3 to 6 pound fish. And then lots of crappie and bluegill if you just want to go catch a ton of fish. This time of year you can do pretty well, and then in the spring when they're spawning, bluegill and crappie, it's really good for those. So that was all I have for any questions.
For Quail Creek, is that one of the waters we did a regulation change? But I guess we didn't increase harvest, we just removed the size.
Right.
Restriction. So is that a problem? Are we thinking that?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it's an issue. No.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
Did we get any data back on the Fish Creek Beaver Dam gill netting?
No. So we have kind of an interesting thing at Fish Creek and Beaver Dam, which are lakes on the Boulder Mountain. For a long time, we've been stocking spike, assuming that they're sterile, effectively sterile, that we're not going to get any significant natural recruitment from them. But we're finding at these two lakes, we're having age classes show up that only makes sense if we have natural recruitment at a significant level in those lakes. So we did some netting with kind of our research experts in our division, and I think they took some blood samples and they're going to do some testing and essentially determine for sure whether or not those fish are naturally recruiting, which has big implications for a lot of the lakes we manage, where we assume that the spike we're stocking aren't going to effectively reproduce. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. I think hopefully by the January meeting, I can give you an update on that.
Thank you.
I was just wondering about that, the Fish Lake marina where you build it such a narrow passage getting back out. Is that going to be frozen? I know that was a problem a couple of years ago where the lake was still open, but you couldn't launch.
Yeah, it's a problem. So on the lakeside marina, we have an aerator that we run. So there's an aerator and then some tubing that's perforated that goes out to the opening. So we put that in last week. There was an issue where it wasn't functioning right. There's a hole somewhere. There's a lot of air coming up where it shouldn't be. It should just be uniform diffuse all the way out. So Taylor and one of our other guys, they were going to try and fix that this week. I haven't heard, but yeah, we know about it. We're working on it because but the marinas freeze up before the lake. So if we can keep the marina open and the boat ramp, then people can still go out there. So yeah, we're working on it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Nick. All right, Clint.
So I'm gonna give Taylor most of the time to talk about Willard. but I will give a couple updates. Bear Lake sampling this fall went really well. We actually used a lot of people in-house to collect fish. There's a study between Utah and Idaho going on with lake trout, trichoidy. And so we found some really nice lake trout. Whitefish are doing really well. And even had a couple of different age classes of Cisco in the nets this year, which we typically don't see. So that was really good. I think everybody heard I think our meeting that we had was after sampling Lost Creek. But we collected a bunch of chubs, and since then we had an opportunity to stock some larger wipers, 8-inch wipers into Lost Creek as an opportunity to maybe start working on some chub numbers there. And then East Canyon this spring in our nets, we had really good numbers of rainbows up to 22, 23 inches. They looked really good. They were really healthy. Found kokanee, had kokanee in nets, had wiper in the nets. We did find a few smallies, smallmouth bass in those nets as well. And then Pineview, Taylor is working on a very large telemetry study, has 95 fish tagged at this point with acoustic tags. I helped him one day download data, and collectively there's over 1.5 million data points collected out of these 95 fish. And 75 of those have just been stocked, not to, I mean, a lot of these are from the 20 fish, the 20 adults that have been there all summer. So we have 20 receivers. And we moved the ones that got really shallow. We moved them into deeper water, and so in the spring we'll move those back up to original locations. And download data, I assume at the same time, so we don't overwhelm that. But right now, and he's still crunching numbers, so I'm not going to steal that part. Maybe January we can talk a little bit about that. But some of the habitat structures that you guys have funded for me to install in Pineview, right now those smaller fish, these 10-inch fish that Cal was talking about getting in scope, we Taylor surgically implanted all of the tags. Those fish are kind of hanging around those habitat structures, feeding on those young year perch and crop. They're utilizing those structures. So that's something that's really cool to see. The Weaver just finished project, a bank stabilization project on the Weaver yesterday, have another one next week, and then a couple more farther downstream in the following weeks. But fish numbers, at least in my sampling efforts with a fly rod, fish are doing really well. So it was really, I haven't heard of, in fact, this is probably the first year that I haven't had a call on echo being, or on the river being dry below Echo Reservoir. We did a large salvage project. I was out of state. The region got together and got some volunteers and removed probably 800 or 900 fish from the stilling basin of Echo Reservoir and moved them downstream. It's just, they have to do a lot of repair work on that stilling basin, so they had to pump it dry. So that's kind of quick and dirty.
What were the species that you were moving? Was it just everything that was in Echo getting down?
Everything that was there, including, I think we had a few smallmouth, few walleye, perch, but mainly like, scrawny, itty bitty 22 to 24 inch brown trout. There's a lot. I mean, in February, they drained it. We drained it low, and they were just looking to see if they needed to do work. We left 200 or 300 suckers in 1.5 foot of water there for a couple of days while they did their assessment. But I mean, the brown trout in there to say that, I talked to Shantae last night and she said that she hauled over 100 fish that were over 22 inches, just her in buckets out of that pool. So it's wild. It's crazy.
They don't do that every year, right? That's not.
No, this
every year.
is because they had to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like when we were in there in February, there's like sheets of concrete as big as our regional office that had slid off the base. So because of high flows in 23.
Okay.
And so they needed to go in. If you drive by, they have a big crane picking up and hauling all that stuff, all that debris out, and they got to go in and fix everything. So most of the winter time, they'll have everything shut off coming out of the dam. So, but with that, I'll turn the time over to Taylor so you can talk about Willard.
Okay, yeah, if y'all remember, I think we were talking about Willard quite a bit in the June meeting. Yeah, and it just kind of came up. Yeah, we should have invite Taylor to come and talk because he's the expert on that water. I don't understand why it's not giving me the option to share the window I want to share. Oh. Sneaky. Did you see that? That
It's one button away.
should have been there.
One button away.
Okay, so if someone online can confirm that you see it in presentation mode and I'm going back and forth.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. I'm happy to share some more information about Willard. It's a really interesting and very complex fishery. So some of this I'm going to go a little bit deeper into the weeds than you probably normally do, but I'll walk you through everything and kind of share some of the history behind Willard.
Yes,
Some of the
real quick, for everyone who doesn't know, Taylor is a super smarty pants. When he says into the weeds and he's gonna walk you through it, he will do a great job of that, but you're gonna get.
I told him not to hold back on big words.
Yeah.
So, because that's how he normally talks. But we are wonderfully blessed to have Taylor and Tyler and Josue as these new biologists coming into the division within the last couple of years and bringing a wealth of information with them from wherever they went to school.
And not scared of things like Python and R and all of these.
Some crazy programs.
Not excited by R, but.
Yeah,
maybe a little.
it's good. So
Yeah, it's great. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. But yeah, I'll talk kind of a bit about the history of Willard, some of the long-term data that we have, some of the new data that we've collected that has kind of shared some insights from our historical data and kind of some of the changes that we've made. For those of you that don't know, Willard was a phenomenal fishery this year. Just constant reports all year long of people catching big limits of walleye, wiper, catfish, pulling out 13, 14-inch perch that are 2-3 pounds. It was firing on all cylinders this year, and I think that's why it gained some attention in June. And there's, in my opinion, I think there's some reasons why it's that way right now, and I'll kind of talk about that. So for those of you that don't know about Willard Bay, it's formerly part of the Great Salt Lake. It has a really large surface area. It's about 10,000 acres. And because of the fact that it's down by the Great Salt Lake, it's fairly low elevation to most of our waters, and it's very shallow. Most places it's about 20 feet of water. And because both the Ogden River and the Weaver River all flow into it through the Willard Canal, it's kind of the bottom end of a pretty large watershed. So there's a lot of nutrients that go into it. And so it's eutrophic, which just means that it's warm, it's productive, it creates a lot of plankton and algae, and it's pretty turbid. So it's a perfect kind of ecosystem for warm water fish. It's also a very diverse fishery. We have walleye, we have wiper, we have catfish, we have yellow perch, we have smallmouth bass. In smaller densities, we have largemouth bass, we have black crappie, we have tiger muskie that wash down from Pine View every now and then. There's bullhead in there. There's all sorts of different small forage fish, long perch, sticklebacks, shiners. I mean, the list goes on and on in terms of the number of fish that are in Willard. And then from a forage perspective, gizzard shad are kind of the engine that drives Willard in a sense. They're a really oily, fatty fish that we introduced back in the 1990s to provide a forage source for all of those sport fish that I just talked about. There's a lot of mouths in Willard, and they need a lot of fish to eat on. So gizzard shad provide that forage base for our sport fish. They can reproduce multiple times throughout the summer. So we can get sometimes 3-4 year classes of H0 shad, which are 2-3 inches, and that's candy for a walleye. And so they're a really important factor when you start talking about Willard. We also do a walleye spawn there. It is our statewide source for fertile walleye. It's our brood source that we do a wild spawn at every year, and this was started in 2014. This last year, we collected just shy of 10 million eggs that were distributed. I think this year it only made it to 5 waters just based on what was requested, but historically it's been up to 8. And so when you talk about, Calvin was talking about Schofield, triploid walleye, those walleye were from Willard. This is the main source. There's no escapement risk because if fish get out of Willard, they just go into the Great Salt Lake and die. So we can maintain those fertile fish there and give opportunities for both diploid or fertile walleye to go into places, but also those sterile triploid fish. And then for a fun fact, we set just about 6 miles of net to collect walleye this year. That's actually Trinity in the picture. See, she does get out of the office too. And so because of that walleye spawn and then just the complex nature of Willard, we do a lot of surveys on it. It's one of it is our most intensively monitored water in our region. It's the only water that we do annual surveys on. And so every year since 1994, minus 2 or 3 missing years from extremely low water where we just couldn't even get on the water. We do a gill net survey in the fall, and that's those gray circles along the reservoir. So that we set 24 nets on a normal year at Willard. And then in the summer, we do beach change as well, which is just dragging a net in a circle around. And that helps us kind of get a better sense of the shad numbers, but also kind of H0, smallmouth bass, and some of those really small kind of minnow-esque type fish. We've also collected aging structures. And so Chris Penny, who is our regional manager, was formerly in my position. He collected aging structures in 2011 to 2013, which was, if you remember, just before that walleye stocking program started or that walleye spawn started. And so we kind of have a nice data set of pre-walleye stocking. And then when I took over in 2022, I started collecting aging structures in 23 and 24. And so this part is kind of important because it really unlocked a new level of data analysis that we can do and kind of highlighted some of these warning signs that we saw in Willard and made us kind of change our management tactics there. And so the first one, I know this looks really complex and scary, but this is basically year class strength. And so we have time for each year on the bottom, this x-axis, and then going up vertically on the y-axis is strength index. And that's either a positive value or a negative value. A negative value basically means that we are losing fish from that system. We are not sustaining strong year classes. So the fish that are reproducing is not enough to replace natural mortality, anything like that. A positive year class would be we're gaining fish. So you can kind of think of it as either a loss or a gain. And then that gray bar that's going across the top of that 0, that would be kind of neutral. Walleye and wiper are both shown on here. And so we can kind of split this into 3 different time frames. And so this first one highlighted, you can see both of those lines, those trends, kind of move with each other, right? So there's, as walleye increase, we saw that wiper were increasing too. And so we classify that as a positive relationship. We've had weak year classes for all years. Historically, as long as we've surveyed, we've never had a positive year class. So both species in this scenario still maintain that weak year class, but move together. The second one, we had gizzard shad. Remember, they were introduced in 1990. By this point in time, they were fairly established. They were reproducing in high numbers. And we started to see kind of this divergence. So we classify this as a negative relationship. So wiper in that green, those green squares, kind of started to dominate, and we saw wiper declining because of that. And so they were directly competing with each other and just not able to coexist in a sense. In 2014, we started that walleye stocking program, and since then we kind of saw this cross where we're seeing walleye increasing in abundance, but we saw wiper declining because of that. And so it's maintaining still that negative relationship where we can't maintain two predators at high abundance in the current system. Our second warning sign is looking at our growth rates for walleye. And so on this bottom axis, I can get rid of this, you can actually see, there we go. That's age on the bottom. And so basically think of it as, going through time, a fish gets older. And then on that vertical axis, the y-axis, total length, that's in millimeters. For those of you that think in inches, 500 millimeters is roughly 20 inches. And so you can see that blue shaded line is our pre-walleye stocking, where we had slower growth rates. And so they're taking up more ages to reach a greater length, basically. But they were much longer lived. And so they were living up to 12 years old. Since we started stocking, it's very rare that we see a fish greater than 8 years old. But they are growing much faster. And so they're reaching a greater age earlier. We've seen this where they're growing faster. The walleye stocking program is working, but our fish aren't living long. And so when we're talking about possible regulation change, people want a trophy fishery. They want to catch 26, 28, 29-inch walleye. And we're not getting there right now. And then lastly, warm water fisheries are gaining popularity. This is a trend we're seeing throughout the state. I'm sure it's been brought up prior to this. And fishing effort is up at Willard and across the state and many of our warm water fisheries. We started talking about using mobile cellular location data to work on angler creels surveys with this. And so we were given a week sample from a company. And from that data set, I looked at Willard, and there were 442 unique phones that were able to pull location off of from Willard Bay in the middle of January. For reference, Pineview, Rockport, which both had ice on at the same time of the year, only came to about 300 unique devices combined. And so Willard Bay, being open fishery that doesn't ice over often, is still gaining a ton of fishing effort and a ton of fishing pressure, even in the middle of January. And so with those kind of warning signs combined, what did we start to change? The big thing is we've been able to improve our walleye spawn, both from a hatcheries perspective and our field collections, that have helped kind of stabilize our stocking. So the orange bars are our stocking quota. The blue bars are the number of fish that we've actually stocked. And then the ones that are kind of hashed with those dash bars just indicates that we didn't meet our stocking quota. And so you can see in 2023, 2024, and 2025 for walleye, we've been able to meet our stocking quota. We actually increased that stocking quota, and we were able to meet it for 3 consecutive years. And that's really been a game changer. Natural recruitment in Willard for walleye does not cut it. It definitely helps, but we have to stock. And that's what we've seen from historical data. It's what we need to do to maintain that population there. And we've been able to do it the last 3 years. We also increased our wiper fry. And so this bottom kind of row, we have our fry stocking on the left, 2-inch stocking and 8-inch stocking. We increased that wiper stocking fry to 1 million wiper fry for 2023 and 2024. We also started stocking multiple strains of wiper. And so wiper are a cross between white bass and striped bass. And so what female and male you choose determines what cross that is. And so historically, wiper have been produced through what's called the palmetto strain, which is a white bass female. Oh, sorry, the other way, white bass male.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The palmetto's female striper and male white bass.
Okay, yeah. So there's historically been that, and in recent, probably the last 10, 15 years, aquaculture facilities have been able to do the reciprocal cross of that. And so using male striper and female white bass. And so we now stock both strains, or at least in 2 years, we've been able to stock both strains in Willard. There's not a ton of literature on if there's what better survival or better growth or anything like that. But it's something where, why not? Let's see what it does. Maybe we will see better difference, better growth or survival or something like that from one strain or the other. We also shifted our walleye quota away from kind of the historical, like 2 inches, sometimes they were 4 inches to 8 inches. And so getting better survival out of those immediate harvestable size fish maybe helps take some pressure off some of those smaller fish that are still growing into the system. So it's a little hard to see, but we now stock about 5,000 8-inch wiper in Willard every year. We also started stocking fry by boat and at night. This helps us get fish into open water. And when we're talking about fry, I mean, wiper fry are almost invisible to the naked eye. Walleye fry are about 1/4 inch. They're very small. And so stocking them by boat, putting them in open water helps the wind and currents kind of disperse them, helps prevent them from being really concentrated in one area where a school of wiper might come in and just narrow in on it and wipe out an entire year class. At night also reduces that visible queue where we hopefully try to help reduce some predation on those fish. And so since then, this is just looking at our catch per unit effort, so fish per net night. We've seen an increase in wiper, and we've also kind of seen a little bit more of a stabilization in walleye. And so increasing from historical levels, but being less kind of boom or bust, where we can actually maintain more consistent year classes. And so where are we going with Willard into the future? 2 top predators at high abundance. Can we sustainably do it? Probably not, at least not year after year. However, these last 3 years where we've had high stocking rates, we've had really positive results with it lately, but it's not a sustainable method going forward long term. We will outstrip our forage base and overload that forage base. Those gizzard shad are really prolific and can reproduce and gain abundance quickly, but we're going to lead to less gizzard shad or skinny fish or something, up like that, where we just don't have the forage base to sustain those predators. And so switching to kind of an alternate stocking strategy where one year we'll stock wiper really high, the next year we'll stock walleye really high, and by just maintaining that alternate strategy to hopefully get decent year classes out of both, but kind of help always have both of those species at a decent level. We've also been modeling some regulation changes to help try to protect older and larger walleye. The initial modeling is kind of messy, and it pretty much shows that our fish grow too fast, that it doesn't matter what sort of regulation change we put on there. If we try to put a maximum length or a slot limit or anything like that, those fish just grow through those protected lengths so fast that it doesn't matter. But that only matters if we can maintain consistent strong year classes. And so if we're shifting towards maybe this alternate strategy, stocking strategy, where we may have each year kind of offset, that may change how we need to think about Willard. And maybe we do need to put some regulations in there to help protect those older walleye. We do already have a reduced regulation limit on walleye at Willard. The statewide regulation is 10 walleye with 1/24, and walleye is 6 walleye with only 1/24. But we're not even getting fish right now to 23, 24 inches before they're being taken out of the system. So that maybe needs to change. So what does this all mean for anglers? The fishery at Willard is improving, but balancing those two top predators is going to take a lot of intensive monitoring and a lot of adaptive management on my side. Angler participation and feedback remains an important part of that whole process. Something I didn't talk about a lot is the perch population there. There's a lot of growing interest in the perch at Willard, and that only becomes knowledge through anglers for me. So increasing interaction with anglers there. There's a lot of old retired anglers that live on Willard every single day. I've built those relationships with some of them and continuing that to gain what do people actually want out of Willard and how can we do it. So that's all I had on Willard. I'm happy to take questions on Willard. Clint kind of mentioned the Pine View Telemetry Project too. If anyone has questions, I can try to touch on that too.
I have a question. So you mentioned, their angler feedback. Is it most of the guys you're talking to, are they walleye guys? So so are you getting information from rack meetings or otherwise that would suggest that these people are mostly wanting it to be a walleye fishery and then the wiper are kind of nice?
There's both. Honestly, there's both. Some may be more niche than others, where they only fish for walleye or they only fish for wiper. But the nice thing about Willard is because of how many species there are, if the walleye aren't biting one day, you go and fish from shore and you pick up wiper. You can shift really easily there and to have a good day of fishing.
Okay.
So they're
Because it seems
both
like you guys
important
are
from an angle.
kind of going like in both directions. Because I was waiting for the ta-da to be like, so we're doing walleye, but
No.
So it kind of seems like you're gonna go like
they're both important.
Okay,
So that's the hard part, right? To find a way to maintain the current catch rates that we have. People love it, but it's not sustainable. And so how can we go forward with keeping fish in high abundance, but do it in a sustainable way?
Thank you.
There's guys that only go there in the month of May to catch crappies, and somewhere else, right? Like there's like very specific groups, and then you have a group that just the only fish they chase is catfish and carp. That's all it is. I mean, there's so many, like he's saying, there's so many species, and guys have such an opportunity. Have guys that show up as we're setting nets, and they're fishing for smallmouth, and it's literally 42 degrees, right? And they are going to fish as much rock and flooded structure as they possibly can to catch one or two fish. And that's the only reason they come.
Yeah. They
don't want anything to do with wipers or walleye. They consider them, they consider them horrible because they mess with their fishing. It is a very, I don't want to say snooty, but like you got 5 or 6 different groups of guys that probably wouldn't sit at this table and have a nice conversation.
Well, the experience I had is I went, it seemed like we were on Cape Cod. There was all these guys with stripping baskets looking for wipers.
Oh yeah.
And when the boat guys would come by, they'd be like, whoa. So it's just interesting. It's a really interesting dynamic.
It is here, and there's a lot of seasonality too.
That stripping basket group, like if you want to fly fish, this would be your. If you want to catch wipers, oh my goodness, we had so many fish from 14 to 18 inches, and we only set 6 nets, and it took us 3 hours to fix the 6 nets that we had. There are so many wipers that are in that like 3 to 4 pound range right now.
So if you look at this, 2023, right? Year class strength for both walleye and wiper was, for walleye, the highest we've ever seen. For wiper, it's coming back to the late 90s. Those wipers right here are dominating fishery right now. Wow. That's those groups of fish that Clint was talking about. It's really high for wiper.
Oh, good luck, guys. That's crazy.
Crockett, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Taylor. Good presentation. You mentioned that your walleye weren't getting very old, but I kind of missed what was happening. Was it some older year classes dying out and not being replaced, or what's going on with the walleye not getting to that trophy size as much or as quickly? Is that
So we do see some older fish show up in the spring during our walleye netting, where we have bigger mesh size and bigger nets, but they're still only 8-9 years old fish. And my best guess would be they're getting harvested. There's so much fishing pressure, like I said, going on at Willard, that too many fish are being taken out, and our natural recruitment of walleye and our stocking isn't able to keep up with it.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know much about walleye and stuff other tand some angling and stuff, but like, you said the average depth is only 20 feet. A lot of your like trophy walleye fisheries back in the Midwest and stuff are, have places that are 80, 100 plus feet deep. Are we sure that's not a limiting factor on the size, or I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but
No,
people fish for trophy walleye in 100 feet of water sometimes. So
yeah, they can get there, and so we've seen those fish there. It's just, can we maintain those fish? So we know the growth potential's there.
Yeah, there used to be some really big ones in there.
Mm-hmm.
We used to catch some really nice ones.
Yeah. And from like a depth perspective, I mean, you can have riverine only walleye as well. Like Bear River, I got a picture sent to me this weekend of a 30-inch walleye getting caught out of the Bear River.
is it just the size of the water potentially? I mean, there's carrying capacity on any size of fish for.
Sure. So you're kind of leaning towards like a density dependence issue, where there's too much competition. Maybe.
Willard's not a huge piece of water, but
it's not. But given the fact that we can pull up tens of thousands of shad in one beach thing, there's plenty of food out there, and there's plenty of space when it can hold water. I mean, there's like 250,000 acre feet of water in it. I mean, it's not deep, but it's, from a surface area perspective, it's big. There's still a lot of water in there. So very deep.
Go there, Chris.
I'll say Chris. Yeah, Penny.
Yeah, I'll just add on to what Taylor was saying. I'm with him that I suspect it's harvest. Having watched this fishery for about 15 years myself, one thing that you can note is, as that stocking program has taken hold and we've gotten consistent and solid walleye populations, anglers have responded. And so while it used to be kind of a fixed number of people that were chasing them and knew it well, now that it's become consistent and something everybody can chase and count on each year, the popularity has increased significantly. And so I think a lot of this is probably being driven by more harvest and more angler pressure. That's something we're looking to tease out with a creel survey in the next few years. We'd be really interested in seeing that because we do have historical data. I think our last creel survey was 2010 that we could compare with. That would be pretty close to, just a few years before that program started.
You sure it's not just Bronson taking them home and eating them out of the nets?
Hey, one trip to Willard this year. That's all it was.
For those of you that know Sorno, I think he's the bigger problem. Both Willard and Pineview.
Probably, yes.
So you're thinking about a slot then?
That's a hard question right now. Like I said, our modeling just doesn't suggest anything. But everything else points to we have to do something, and so that it's just going to rely probably more on intuition about what we need to do to protect those fish.
The hard part is like the yearling fish that were reproduced this spring are sitting at 10 inches. Most places throughout the Midwest will have regulation somewhere between 12 and 15 inches. Mm-hmm. You have young year fish that are almost in that. Then the next year, by the time you get to the spawn, they're into that range. They're not harvestable and then they're out of that range the next year, right? Like the growth, they're like that slot limit set up to protect them over several years, so you get a benefit there. These are growing so fast and harvested so fast that that's what the modeling is saying. It's just you can't hit this window for a long enough time to really protect them and make them work through the system.
Could you just have a weird regulation where you have the largest slot limit? in the entire United States?
Protect them from 10 to 22 inches.
If you did that, there'd be so many people fishing that place. People would drive from Iowa to fish that.
Yeah, so it's such an interesting problem, right? I wonder if you couldn't put a slot to protect, and it sends more of a message where you start kind of creating that feeling of, oh, okay, we need to protect some of these. Granted, that can lead to other issues in the future that are sometimes unforeseen, but it's just a thought, right? Like even if it doesn't show up in the FAM's modeling that a normal slot limit would be effective, like maybe it starts getting people thinking about protection and what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, if they're growing so fast, and then they're coming out of that slot, but they're not reaching that longer limit than that larger fish, then that, I don't know, my head says that's the fish people are, because they know they can catch those bigger fish, they are already not harvesting as many of those smaller fish. So to your point, the slot is almost happening by itself because people must be throwing medium-sized fish back in to catch them.
Well, so that's the tricky part about walleye is if I'm out fishing Willard for walleye, the fish that I'm taking home are 15s, 16s, because I think those are the better eating fish.
They're the best frying fish.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want a 26-inch walleye, but trophy anglers do. But I don't want to eat a 26-inch walleye.
You can, I mean, yeah.
So
there's good ways to cook it. Inside a 26-inch. I wouldn't fry it, but
yeah. but the best, from a harvest perspective, the best fish are those, in this case, those 2-year-old fish.
Yeah.
And if we're having a bunch of 2-year-old fish taken out of the system, that's only leaving 1, maybe 2 year classes to fill that gap right now. It's not taking 4, 5, 6 years for those fish to get to that length. It's 2 years. And that's what makes it hard.
We do hear a lot of people that go out there and catch their limit.
Mm-hmm.
You can catch them in an hour. Like in May, you could have 18 walleyes in an hour and a half in the boat and go home.
Right.
And they were 15s, they were 15 to 17-inch walleyes.
They are there to catch their,
Yeah.
it's not a catch and release like a lot
And
of
it's
other
an everyday, and it's, I mean, you've got guys on there that are guiding every day with 5 or 6 guys taking limits every day, right? Like, it's just, but the fish are growing and they're healthy. You know, if you look at, as he'll run numbers, like all these fish are just obese. You know, they're not skinny. There's plenty of forage and they're just growing as fast as they possibly can. So.
What's the minimum daily bag limit you think you could have on a walleye before people are like, are you kidding?
That's Minnesota. Mille Lacs was shut down. Now it's 2 fish. Red Lake was the best walleye fishery in the state. That shut down and went to 3. Now it's up to 4. And that's pleased people, but they were used to 0 fish for so many years. So 3 fish is good. Mille Lacs just split their slot from 20 to 21. Now it's up 20 to 22. And that was like Christmas just to get 1 more inch that you could keep a fish in. And that was keeping between 20 and 22. You used to have a 1-inch fish. That's all you could keep. You couldn't keep anything below it. You couldn't keep anything above it. And people lost jobs over that even. So it's like, it is, and that's walleye country, but it is. Like Willard's the destination walleye fishery. And if you cut people down to 2 fish, or you cut people down to no fish between 15 to 18, you're gonna hear a lot of calls, and Craig's gonna hear calls. Taylor's gonna
If we can justify it and there's a reason, and we can see a result in a couple of years because of the change, right? Then you can start feeling good about that, even though people are upset. It's just
10 years down the road, it's gonna take though. It's not gonna take 2 years. It's gonna take 10 to gain a 12-inch fish again, or a 12-year-old fish. If they're dying at 6, it's gonna take 10 years to get to 12-year-old fish.
No, It
It
just,
sounds like they're dying. It sounds like they're getting harvested.
That's dying.
It's like dying.
All right. Two different types of dying, but it's still dying.
okay, well, we probably are gonna solve your walleye issue today, but I appreciate that you are thinking about it. I think it's correct. Thank you for presenting that to us. So that's why, if those of you who had a chance to read through the regulation summary that I sent out, I do apologize that was so late getting to y'all. Yeah, that's.
I'd like to ask Clint a couple questions.
Oh, sure.
It was you up electrofishing the Upper Weaver, wasn't it?
Yes, earlier this year, we electrofished.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw you guys that day.
Yeah, and yeah, we were up.
How did that, did you pull any Bonnevilles out of there?
Yeah, we got some cocktails that day. That, the reach there by Aspen Acres where you saw us,
Yeah.
we have pretty good assemblage of different species of fish, but yeah, rainbows, cutthroats, brook trout, whitefish.
Some of the guys from Camas hatchery are throwing rainbows in there. I'm wondering if you guys could throw more Bonnevilles in there.
So the rainbows that are stocked are 100% triploid. They're sterile fish.
Yeah.
We'd be massacred if we did not put rainbows.
Oh yeah, that's a
Like
popular.
yeah.
Kids are
and
down there.
we haven't got, in Matt's words, who is our cutthroat biologist, we don't have a good genetic mix for cutthroats to stock within the Weaver drainage that he wants to be putting in places, especially headwaters of the system. He was working on brood source for a number of years when I first took my position, but just the genetics and a place to raise them and everything just didn't work out. The source we wanted to, we literally depleted to a point where we can't catch enough fish for a disease. Make sure that disease free. So.
And the other question is that there was a walk access point down the west down the road there. The guy removed the crossover. Are we still paying him for that lease?
I don't know. I can find out. I know it was up for sale.
Yeah.
And if it ended up being sold, then it was taken out of the program. That's.
Well, I think this happened before the sale. I think it's been sold because the real estate agent was out there with a sale pending, and there's been a fellow with a Texas Suburban out there, sits out there frequently, and I don't know whether it's him or whatever. But
I can ask Rachel.
yeah, there's no point paying taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, even if it's $1,000, because I think that's probably about all it is, $1,200.
It's disappointing along that stretch because it seems to be more and more fencing going up, even though you can walk and wade that whole stretch. But
those access points become more and more valuable.
Yes. So, well, I just want to make sure we didn't write the guy a check and cross over.
I'll send her a text right now.
Yeah.
Thanks, Larry.
Public meeting, I won't say my good thoughts.
Any other Northern Region things?
Thanks, Clint.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tyler.
Okay.
All right. Let me share my screen. All right, just have a quick update for you guys. Start over on the Green River. Brian, the biologist for the special projects of Flaming Gorge is in charge of the Green River. He's currently working on data, analyzing survey data for the Green River. I was actually out there speaking to the Coast Guard itself, and we did see a few of those. I was there one day, but we do still see them. Not as aggressive as we saw them there, but we do still are seeing them. He's expecting higher fish numbers in that, and similar conditions to last year. The higher numbers may be just the catching. We had experienced staff going out there this year, and he wanted to establish a good standardization data for that. He's also working on a stream alteration permit for little hole improvements of the boat ramp out there. They will be TU funded. But he also will be looking at drafting a project within that council. Then it's also looking at making improvements on the C section, likely down the Bridgeport. And we'll also increase efforts for sampling the C section next year. Flaming Gorge, coconut egg collection. Flaming Gorge very successful, collecting well over 2 million eggs. Most of the Utah's quotas, and if it's the board makes some rise for next year, he will be asking for more staff assistance as if you guys have the time to get out there. It's a really cool project to get out on. Just help us collect those eggs. Real successful. I was out there a couple days. Lots of fun, lots of fish to see. He's also coordinating with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department on a small lake trout angler harvest contest program that they actually also have rolled out one for the Wyoming. It will be similar to that. I'm not sure. Maybe Trina knows more of the details on it. If you have any questions for that.
I haven't been participating in that. I only know that you probably heard that we're encouraging harvest of small lake trout. Wyoming has a small pot of funding to test out an angler harvest incentive program, similar to what they've done at Blue Mesa in Colorado. And I just know that, they're going to be offering rewards. I think it's like, there's different things. So it's not like you have to have just the most number of lake trout submitted or harvested. But there's like other random ones too. So if you're only able to get out once and they just want as much harvest on the smaller lake trout as possible. So
yeah, basically you enter into a raffle once every time you turn in heads for them.
Yeah, they'll have the dumpsters around the area. I'm sure
Yeah.
that we'll see that on the website. So if you are going to plan to fish there this winter, definitely get involved in that. I think you would just go to the Wyoming Game and Fish website to register for that and be able to be eligible.
And then the Bourbon Bash up there will be happening. There's a little bit of hiccups with the new team. They are on track to make it work. And then we'll return to the in-person registration, or in-person final event.
So they're going to have a big award thing and fish fry and all that fun stuff.
Yep.
Cool. That's nice.
Hopefully they have fish fry. I'm not sure.
Hopefully, yeah. That's the best.
Down at the, I don't know if you wanted me to talk about the Diamond Mountain Lakes right now or later. I was on the agenda for later.
You can just do it as part of this. I assume it's in his presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just hit it.
Okay. Pelican Lake, largemouth bass population down there is thriving. Still have some troubles with smaller bluegills, but the benefit is we get those really large bass that you see in the picture there. That was our biggest bass this year at sampling, 20 inches, 5.8 pounds. Did some aging on those. I'll be working on that data this winter to see how they're stacking up on that. Also able to pull out 2 tiger muskies sample in May. One of them was 40.5 inches. The other one was around 24. That 40.5 inch one that you see there is 18 pounds. It's exciting for us. We haven't been able to get our hands on one of those. Only anecdotally from fishermen is what we've seen them. So yeah, it's really good. Down to starvation. Our biggest project over there is the FWIN, the Fall Walleye Index sampling. It's a comprehensive sampling effort that we've been putting on for over 10 years now. This was the it was the shortest completion and we did it all in one day. It's usually the project takes up to 24 nets or 200 walleyes is our goal. But this year we were able to just set 8 nets and we had 215 walleye total on there. That may be due because of the lower water elevation that we had on there. We had a 62%. Maybe walleye were a little more concentrated than they usually are. So, but it was still a successful one. Just showing you guys our catch per unit effort just jumped double there. Yeah.
Is there a reason why the walleye aren't getting larger? Like I've talked to several people and I've fished, and they say they kind of like, they were saying about the walleye, Willard, they can catch a lot of them, but they're just not very big size. I mean, most of them, they said, were between 12 and 17. They can catch their limit, but,
Yeah, so we are still seeing an abundance of those, so you can see the average 14 inches was right there. So we're seeing a big abundance of 10 to 15 inches with those higher number or the higher fish, and then 20 to 30 inches. We're still seeing them, but we're just not seeing as many. So that's something that we're looking at to see how we're going to be dealing with that as well.
they're not something that you can identify right now, though.
So the forage is there and there's fish. There's plenty of them for it to eat as far as perch. You can see the perch there. On the next slide
I know when we did the shock, we found
about that. Yeah, there's lots of them all around. So there's a lot of forage. So I'm still plugging in data and trying to see if I could find something else that's going.
Except for that carp that I had to haul in.
Sometimes I wonder if we don't make things more difficult for ourselves. When we increase forage, we start stocking like Kokanee lake trout, right? And you increase forage, you do, like you guys went through a big effort to get more forage diversity in there and species and and now you're all of a sudden you're feeding the predators better, which is good. And now they're having more successful annual spawns, and your population just has the ability to grow. And then a top predator like that, it's just difficult to feed them. So it's a totally different situation there at starvation than what we see at Willard, right? So it's just not near the pressure or the harvest. Granted, I think you guys have done a good outreach effort there in terms of like, we need more harvest on this size class. And I assume you're going to continue that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to continue that now. We had that exploitation rate project that we did a couple of years ago, and that yielded 15% was the exploitation rate for birds. And that's just angling pressure.
What was natural? Do you remember what natural mortality was?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know either. But it probably was very low.
Right. Yeah. So different problem, but again, we're looking into see what kind of regulation changes if we need to do. And yeah, like I said, the black crappie and yellow perch were in there, or the yellow perch were more abundant in the twin netting. Average 9 inches, largest was around 12 inches. I was out there this summer catching quite a few of them. Black crappie did not show up in the twin netting, but we do, along with twin netting in the summertime, I go out there and do forage nets, and also along with that do seining samples as well. And I did find them all throughout the reservoir and all the sites that I visited, around 9 sites. Bluegills as well. So again, the forage is there. Just have a lot of those little ones. And then moving on to Diamond Mountain Lakes. Go back up there.
Just a reminder, this is we've been talking about adding the Diamond Mountain Lakes as a group. So the 3 of them together. I don't think they're even on the potential list at this time, but I think the idea was just to revisit, see how they did over summer. And it would be great if maybe we could do, just like take a vote if we want to review this as a complex, like next year when we review, I think we're reviewing some of the northern region waters. So if we could just take a vote of whether or not to add these based on what Westway's going to present. That was our thought here.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan presented it back in June. He presented to you guys their spring survey netting. So I don't have much more as far as fishing goes. Just anecdotally from anglers is they're still catching fish. You can see there on Krause Reservoir, the low water triggered an emergency regulation change back in May. We were just worried about that. We were going to have a fish kill in there. We wanted to take advantage of get some fish out of there. No actual fish kill was done, and we're actually anglers are actually catching fish through this month. So that's really good news to hear. And we're also experimenting with cut bows in there. We're stocking last fall, and they did return in the gill nets earlier in the summer. So those are promising things that we hopefully can carry on in the future, and it's just a matter of keeping our water there. Some of the pictures there from, I believe this is in Calder. Good sized fish that you may find there, and then also Matt Warner. Matt Warner did have some harmful algal blooms happening back in July and one in October. There's still plenty of good fish to go catch there. It's actually one on my list to hit early for ice fishing. Ice fishing is really good up there. And the solar bee up in Matt Warner would help as well with the oxygen levels in there. And that will be Jordan's looking into the purchasing and all that and working through that. And hopefully it'll be installed in the spring. And with that, any questions?
So maybe just do a question for your other waters first, and then we can talk dive anything on any questions on pellet conservation and the others. I don't know if the kokanee spot, I don't remember if that made it to the volunteer list, but I'll make sure to have Brian so he can add those to the 2026 volunteer opportunities.
One of the proposed regulation changes is on, excuse me, the catfish in Pelican. Is there that many that are?
Yeah, there's quite a few in there. There's quite a few in there still. We see them all the time. Nets, electrofishing. Oh, they're still. We'll need that change. So it's just to get to help out a little bit.
What are the carp populations looking like there now?
We didn't do much sampling for carp this year, but they're still in just the regular sampling that I did. We're still catching quite a few. But
any questions on Diamond Mountain? Discussion on that and adding that to the list for consideration.
Wasn't one of the lakes Blue River at one time? Calder.
And we just were having so many low water. I think it was like the 2021, maybe it was low water year, one right after another. It was just so hard to keep fish alive in all three, you know, and we had to make sacrifices there. So, but yeah, I think it's important to think about it as a, like, I like what they've done with presenting it as a complex, right? So if you can talk about Diamond Mountain Fisheries all together, it's a beautiful place, the scenery and the access and everything. It really, like, that part of it is, I think, already primo. But yeah, we can then work with outreach to direct, like, if there is an issue, because we can't control the water out there. It's just a small watershed, but we could definitely direct people to different water bodies, right? So Mount Warner, they say, is a gaining reservoir. There's springs coming in, and we can hold maintain and even increase just from spring inflow, over winter and some of these low water times. And then, Calder and Krause, they're losing reservoirs. So we lose to groundwater. So even when you're not releasing anything, you can have a lowering of water levels. And so that ends up being somewhat problematic as well. But again, if we could, even if we were just saying, just direct everyone to Matt Warner this year, because that's the one, like if it's a 2022 water year, that was just abysmal. Right. So I think there's options there, like it doesn't have to be, where we can maintain it in the complex, I guess. Just about. But it is 4 hours for Pierce, so just keep that in mind.
You can fish 3 different lakes.
And they're great to fish, right? Especially certain times of the year. So, but it's a commitment to get out there, but it's worth the commitment.
Well, how does the region feel about it? Do you want to kind of get them back on the potential list?
Absolutely, yeah, we would like to, because we all go out there and just enjoy the fishery. But yeah, it's really one of our top priorities to try to get those up there again. And mostly it's just working with the water, trying to keep water as much as we can.
And with the criteria for blue ribbon waters, I mean, besides that issue, I mean, they meet all those criteria that access, the uniqueness of
the
fishery.
Yep.
All that.
They have the access for it. Yep. They have facilities and things like that.
Calder and Krause are 100% accessible shoreline, and they took a boat ramp. Matt Warner's probably 60%
Probably around there.
with 2 boat ramps, 1 unimproved.
So, Bonneville went to, out there for one of their trips. We went in June. It was the first time. I didn't go. That club was blown away by what was out there. They took, float tubes, didn't even put them in the water. They could fish from the bank, and people caught lots of big fish in, is it Calder? I think Calder. They did go over to Matt Warner. Some people, not because they were leaving there, but they just wanted to see what was over there. They didn't stay because there was the fish murder was on. So they went back to where the bigger fish were, because there were smaller fish. There was Boy Scout galore at Mount Warner. But anyway, the only thing they wish they did is they went in June, and they wish they'd been there in May. They felt like it as good as it was. I think the biggest fish caught from the bank was 24 inches, which, I mean, that's a pretty big fish from the bank of a reservoir with a fly rod. I mean, unless you're at Strawberry, maybe, but. And there was plenty of room. The shoreline they were very pleased, very pleased.
So do you want to talk more about that right now, or do we want to talk about that when we talk about the northern region waters in maybe our January meeting here?
I guess if we can save it to January, I guess we just need to make a decision, I guess. So if it's January, that's fine too.
Yeah, and it really comes down to whether you think you can get out to visit some of these waters to sample, because that's an important part, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
But which thoughts?
I'd say sure.
I mean, it does seem like the Diamond Lakes come up in almost every meeting, so maybe we'll need to get our eyes on it. See.
Okay. Anybody online have any comments about that? Aaron, you're a long ways away from there.
That's probably like 6 hours.
Yeah, that's at least a 6-hour drive from me. So, but I've driven further for less.
Well, not everyone has to review every water, right? So
yeah, that's true. So, Anyway, so yeah, we'll make that consideration.
Okay, so just add it to January.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's right. We will let you guys know. Okay, now let's move into, I had it down, lunch down for 12:30, so that's probably when we can expect that. So we have time, I think, to just roll into the, the scoring and all of that for the water bodies. And I just wanted to start off by, I don't know, it's kind of good, kind of bad, right? So, I definitely thank everyone who submitted their input. And it turns out a lot of you fished and a lot of you provided input. But it came in, some of it came in kind of late, and it just put us in a bind, a bit of a pickle. I just want to acknowledge everyone's time. This is volunteer. I get it. I also struggle with, time commitments and all of that. So, and you saw I sent out the regulation summary, 2 days ago. So I get it. But for this particular item, probably the two things, right? Just projects and water body scoring. I think it would help us tremendously if everyone could get their scores in sooner. Or if they can't, right, give me a heads up, let me know. So I'm expecting it. Yeah, just to acknowledge Tyler's time in preparation and all the biologists when they do these, the preparation for the scoring. It's a lot of work. And so, yeah, I would just make that request because it was difficult, not impossible, it wasn't terrible, but it would just make life easier, I think, if, even if we could say a week in advance, right? But gosh, even that, right? Because I don't know, even like Jordan L didn't make the cut until the later scores came in. It was below the cut. We could still vote on it, but I don't know, it just would be better. I guess I'm just throwing it out there. Like, are there ways that we can make it a little easier for us, but also still not make it hard for you guys too, right? If we set a deadline that's a little earlier, is a month terrible?
I could just set the deadline for whatever you need, and I mean, if left to my own devices, I'm gonna slide in under the wire, but if you give me a deadline, that's the one I'll slide in under.
That makes sense, right? It's kind of the same thing, right? It's just the procrastination just goes up to your deadline that still gives you time. So I also was wondering, are there other things that we could do just to make it easier? But that was when I was wondering, are people not able to get out and fish? But it sounds like a lot of people are able to get out and fish. So like the other things that we were talking about, setting a date for, like maybe for Utah Lake, it would have been better to just set a date and have you guys out on a specific day, and maybe more people could make that. That was the least reviewed water. Or if it would be better to make assignments, like have you tackle this, and this water, and so then it's like, you only need to do maybe 2 or 3, and we know we have coverage, and you don't feel overwhelmed. I don't know if that's even necessary, right? So I'm just throwing it out.
I was gonna say, I was really impressed with Laren because when I fished with him, he was like, he lives in Richfield, and he was like, well, yeah, I gotta go fish, Jordan L. Deer Creek, and he was trying to split it, but I know he made at least 3 trips up here. And it would have been nice for him to be like, oh, Laren, you're gonna fish the Provo River, or or maybe we just volunteer to say, oh, I know I have family out in Vernal, so I'm gonna go fish starvation. So maybe we can, as a council volunteer, to say, I can do that one, and then the ones that somebody else can volunteer to pick the ones up that haven't been picked up.
Yeah.
And then maybe there's maybe there's one water that's a notable one where we all go fish it. I don't know. Maybe we can maybe communicate better about splitting them up, because Laren, like I said, I think just in conversation I was like, oh, he made 3 trips up here.
Yeah, and that's awesome.
It is awesome. I was
Thankful
really
for
impressed.
everyone who made all those trips, who did the scoring, did the recording. It was a little nerve-wracking coming in at the last minute, right? And and when you only have like the bare minimum 4, it's like you could have a lot of variation, right? And so one person's very negative or very positive rating really influences things, and it's just better to have more. So yeah, maybe that's an idea. Maybe in January we could just talk about or finish it up in March, maybe once we have the list finalized, we can start putting some assignments down. And so that way, if you get out to more, great. But if you can only get out to a certain number or you live far away, then it just makes life easier. It's not, I don't want to be a burden, but at the
Yeah,
same time-
because it kind of touches on a bigger point, maybe too, that I enjoy the, you know, the communication between, you know, council members. And so maybe if we do that, we can kind of increase our communication with each other. Yeah, 'cause it was so awesome to talk with you and with Larry when we were out fishing, just about some of these other things that we talk about
Yeah.
here, that we don't talk about amongst each other. So I think just, you know, increasing communication would go a long way.
Okay, so let's make sure that in either January or March, depending on how it all fits in, we'll try to start making those assignments and then see about putting down a date plan for a water and just hosting something. And yeah, is that lunch?
That's why she gave us the thumbs up for.
Yeah, just one more quick comment.
Sure.
What type of fishers are on the board?
Yeah,
I wanted to go bait fish. I really wanted to go fish with Chris and go catfish. I enjoy it. But I took off and was trout fishing.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
That's a great point. So that would help with, if we increase communication, that's gonna help make sure we have that coverage. And you can, you know, go catfishing for a day, but maybe you need some bait or, you know, you don't have that here.
Yeah, I got gears. If we had deer go spin fishing, then sure.
Yeah, so yeah, we just need to increase that communication in preparation for the season. So let's work on that and I'll schedule in. So March is, as you all know, it's kind of full, right, with the project review, but we always have a little bit of time for general blue ribbon work, and we should have that list finalized by then.
Yeah, and I think we can probably have it worked up by January. And I'd also say, let's get the scoring, page up, in January as well, because a lot of those northern region waters will actually be available for ice fishing and fish really well in the winter. So, and I'd be hitting a lot of those. I mean, I do anyway. So I could score those really quick, even though I'm coming off the council, I don't know what month, but it is next year. I could still score a lot of those waters before I go off. And early, like January.
Okay, that sounds great. Okay.
Because I did mine and I honestly didn't get out until Veterans Day. And then the government shutdown happened or opened up again and the government and I was working like crazy.
Yeah.
So.
Life
But
definitely.
it doesn't take that long to do actually to score these, so. It's no fault.
Okay, no, I have a path forward. That's great. And I appreciate everyone's willingness to provide some feedback and input there. So it sounds like lunch is ready and we need to go that way, right?
Yeah.
Probably
the same.
one of the rooms we typically.
Yeah, follow the smell.
And I didn't mention it, but we just had meetings over the last month with just tons of snacks and foods. That's why all that food is out there. So feel free to help yourself. There's some chocolate there for if you like sweets after your lunch. So let's break, I think 45 minutes.
Sure. So we go 30, I guess, for my time. Since we lost 30 on my end.
Yeah, we got time in the,
Unless you're good.
I think we're good. So we got time to make it up for sure. So unless you have to leave early.
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we could push some of those other things aside if it came down to it.
Okay.
You know, if we did an early sign up early in the year, then you know which ones are gonna fill up and which ones you've gotta work to get evaluated. Plus, if we have contact
So
with
for everyone online,
with the
let's
people
come back at.
that are over that area, and they could help with getting you the gear that you need to. If you're willing to go fish your tile lake, you know, they can help you with the gear that you needed. And here's, this is where you can go fishing and probably be successful. And that
Trina, was that 12:45?
12:50.
in the past.
12:50?
12:50.
Trina's having to wait and
Pretty welcome back. We are now on the trend data and scoring of votes for the Central Region Waters. Some of this other stuff that's on the agenda below, we'll get to it if we can, but we may delay it to the January meeting as well, depending on how much time we have. So, but our most important thing is this next topic. So, okay,
Everybody back? We good? This is Nick. Okay, everybody, thanks again for taking the time out of your days to spend 6 hours listening to us just tell numbers to you that you might not understand half the time. We put a lot of effort into this. I've been quite busy the last month. I moved into a new house. I had a kid last week. We were on the Provo River at the end of October. So it's, I've spent a lot of time putting this stuff together. So it's really helpful to have as many evaluations as possible to make it worth my time. I'm processing 4 reservoirs of data and 2 streams today. That it's not all my job in the end. It's split out with Wes and Alan up at Strawberry and Mike for the Provos. But in the end, Mike, Chris, and I have spent a ton of time cramming stuff in, and I even put stuff into the presentation this morning before I got here. Chris sent me some stuff. So we appreciate as many possible reviews as we can imagine because it helps us make our work effort a little more worthwhile. So I'll start off by thanking Crockett and Slater. They've helped me adapt for the last 4 years in this position and set me up, I think, pretty well. It's been fun on the committee here and helping you guys make judgment and seeing how your viewpoints have changed and all the new faces that have come in. And without Mike's endless knowledge and connection with people, Provo wouldn't probably be what it is right now without Mike and his ability to talk to anybody. And we know where those conversations have been and gone over the last 20 years, and that's going to be a topic today. But Mike has a good relationship with pretty much everybody I've ever heard him talk with, so he's great. And next time you guys got to get on Chris. He's been bugging you about getting on Utah Lake, and it sounds like nobody got out there with him. You guys missed out on a good year. He caught some big fish. I didn't even get out with him, so I'm also to blame. But yeah, he caught some really big fish, and Utah Lake catfish are some of the best we've had right now. We'll get into the data parts there, but get on Chris. Even if you didn't get out this year and it doesn't make Blue Ribbon, still bug him to get out because we're probably going to bring it back up to the council in the future. We got a lot of plans and there's a lot of political support right now for Utah Lake. That's probably going to change drastically on how the management of the whole lake is in the future. If everybody stays on board like it seems to be with carp removal and brag removal and all the other things that go into Utah Lake with all the cities involved, it's going to change a lot and could be a phenomenal fishery here. So, but I'll get moving. We're going to start on Strawberry, work our way top down. So I'm going to start Strawberry, Jordanelle, Deer Creek, Utah Lake, and then I'll switch to the Provos at the end. Strawberry is Strawberry. We all love it. We all fish it a lot. I expect it to get pretty good scores. It's been really good, and Wes and Alan gave me a lot of this data. So if you have more detailed questions, talk to them. I can answer as much as I can, but I don't get to play with that data as much because we got 2 guys that get to do it all. So I let them handle it, and they just give it to me. So I'll do my best to answer any questions, but again, it's Strawberry. It's been great. It's probably going to stay good. So we'll just get started in here. They've had a management plan for years. I'll go through some of the goals and where they've stood on those goals and objectives and where we're kind of at. But again, condition factor of 0.82, that's one of the ways we measure the quality of a fish, the size. Is it fat? Is it skinny? There's overall, how healthy is that system? So when you get a KTL of 1, you're pretty standard. You're at a healthy, super healthy fish. Stuff's good. Even a 0.82, still really good. You get below that 0.8, 0.75, you might get more questionable. Like, oh, that fish looks a little skinnier than the other fish. Something like that. But their goal is 0.82 and H2 cutthroat during fall gill netting, and they've hit that pretty well for multiple years in a row. It's been pretty standard. So they're still hitting that goal. The chub, of course, we know we were out known Strawberry, who knows how long ago, like way before all of our time that we're even probably involved. Mickey may have remembered, he's probably been there years ago, but the chubs were the problem. That's the common thing that we've all talked about in our meetings today is we biologically control them. We do that in Strawberry with Bear Lake cutthroat. And we've done that with rote known in places, Wiper, of course, Jordanelle, other places have their different means, but we kind of track where their net fish per net hour are at, and their goal is 1.4, and we are way down below 0.4. So we are keeping Utah chub at bay at Strawberry. which then leads to healthy super fat cutthroat and rainbow trout if they even want to do those as well. It's good seeing these low numbers, phenomenal. And honestly, you could start seeing changes if it gets too low, because then the fish don't have as much food to eat and their condition might drop. But just looking at the size of Strawberry, it would take a lot for that thing to really make a big noticeable dent. And we have means of multiple years of no chub in a net. We're not at that. We're still getting chub in net, probably okay. But that could be the return. If we start seeing chub numbers even lower than this, it could be a worry, and you could see fish conditions go down. But right now, there's no problem with that. We're well below our goal, but not too far below that it could raise concerns or questions of what's going to happen in the future. Looking at the size, so maintain a number of 18-inch or greater cutthroat trout sampled in gill net surveys between 0.19 and 0.23 fish per net hour. So that's that highlighted bar there. We've hit that last couple of years. Of course, 24 was a little bit lower. But again, 21 to 2025, we're right in where the goal is. Therefore, the fishery is doing what we want it to be doing.
Hey, Tyler, I've got one quick thing. There used to be a lot of red side shiners in there too with the chubs. And shiners, they're gone.
There are some. I think I actually have a slide on here with that. If I might have took it out, so I can pull that back up.
Yeah, no, is that factored in with the number of bait fish with chubs too?
Yeah, they do actually track some of that in there. I'll see if that slide's in here, Mickey, and we can talk more into that. But yeah, it is. That's another food source. It's not just Utah chub in that system. It is the other small little minnows that we see. If you ever go to the kokanee trap, all those red sides are in there in the trap with all the kokanee. And that is a food source as well. So we can talk into that. Hopefully I have that in here. I might not have kept it in there because I didn't think it would come up as we're talking about sport fish fishery. But I could bring that up. Alan still got that presentation for me. So again, we're hitting our goal. Goal 1, objective 3. We are right in line with what's going on at Strawberry is what we want to be going on at Strawberry. Goal 2, provide a sport fish fishery where the species assemblage, fish size, and catch rates will appeal to its anglers. That's been increasing. We have a lot elevated catch rates and everything since mid 2010s. And to our knowledge, everybody's happy at Strawberry. We had a little bit of a tension a couple years ago with kokanee and people not catching fish. But again, we don't normally trust kokanee numbers no matter what we see in a net or so we get in a trap. Kokanee are kind of a wild card sometimes that we just can't quite account for. But again, rainbows are great. Cutthroat are doing well, and kokanee are also doing well still, in our opinion. So diving into that goal a little bit more, maintain an average angler catch rate. So now we're looking at their creel surveys that they do in the month of July. We haven't done a year-long creel since 2021, but they send their technicians out during July, which is more of their slow sampling period, to go interview anglers at the access to get this data here. Maintain that catch rate for rainbow trout between 0.18 and 0.25 fish per angling hour in a year-long creel. And using that data, this is as a note, this is a July only estimate for rainbows because it's not a year-long creel, like I just said. We hope to be doing that in 26, but it's not looking like funding. It's probably going to happen for that, maybe. But again, from what they see in July, those estimates are really high, and people are catching a good amount of rainbows per outing that they get out, and it's above what the goal would be for Strawberry. Now into the kokanee data I talked about. Alan threw this together, and you can just see our fluctuations of fish in the trap. Kokanee are a 3 to 4 year lifespan typically, so when you lose an age class, you lose a lot of fish. 33% of your population could go down if you lose that age class, for example. So it's fluctuated, and it's fluctuated on the gorge, it's fluctuated on Strawberry, which are the kokanee fisheries of the state and the most needed ones because those are where we're pulling our fish from. Now we got Fish Lake as well, but Strawberry kokanee are important because we get our quota for the state from Strawberry. So it's important that they track these numbers through the traps, but in the end, it's not always reliable. We've had years where our netting data says, a banger of kokanee here, everybody's going to catch limits. Everybody's going to do well. We're going to have a lot of fish in the trap. And then next thing you know, we only get a couple hundred, like happened in 23, where we're like, what, why, where did they go? All our numbers showed it was going to be good, and then nothing showed up to the trap. And they're scrummaging around trying to find fish going up other tributaries and not spawning out in the lake, just so we can hopefully meet our quota. We don't know. I don't think anybody truly still knows what kokanee are going to do or where they're going to go, but Strawberry's been fishing well. This year was a lot better than last year and even the year before. Anglers were happy. They were catching fish. They were getting limits. They were doing well. And Allen and West didn't indicate that it was a concern to them. And our trap numbers show that they were increased. This year we had half our quota after the first spawn or something like that. Trying to maybe talk to the numbers a little more there, but the first spawn they knocked out a lot of fish for our whole state quota. It was really good. I think we even extended in there just to get extra fish, if I'm not mistaken, but.
Yeah, we met our quotas and we even were able to give some fish to New Mexico this year. So
yeah.
Great.
So.
Mainly with Flamin' Gorge.
It was really good. It was really good at Strawberry. On a side note, I also saw a boom in kokanee on Jordanelle this year. And the last time I saw a boom was in 22. So it lines up perfectly with that 3-year lifespan for them. Whether the whole state had a good kokanee year in 22 that produces 25-year class, I don't know. But we hit our quota in 25. It was really good. Allen and Wes have been doing a lot of experimental netting. And there's a project that they're working on stocking timing to see if that changes recruitment. I think I talked about some of that data in our June meeting, and if you guys have questions on that, we can talk more details with Allen and Wes, and maybe they can come down when that project's finished and give you guys an update on what they expect with that. But I think, like I've said it already, kokanee never do what you expect them to do. So, but it's not saying it's a bad fishery. It's still good. It's still probably one of the best in the state, and it still produces high quality fish. Moving on, goal 3, objective 1, maintain a minimum fishing pressure of 1 million angler hours annually using the minimum of 200,000 angler hours during the July creel as an indicator between successful full year surveys. We're right where we've been for all the other years over the past 25 years. Not high, not low, right in the middle, right in our average. Still good. Anglers are still using it. Even though people might say there's more fishing up there, our numbers show that it's pretty standard for what's been going on.
But I will say I've never felt crowded up there. I don't know.
Well, luckily the last 2 years, we've had a lot of extra water in there that it probably helps not feeling crowded. It's been staying at 80-90% longer than it did 3-4 years ago, at least, where it was down towards the 70s. That definitely helps, and development of new boat access ramps like Chicken Creek East has spread out some of the pressure on that other side. Not everybody's using the marina anymore or has to use the marina. So there's probably a few instances that helps spread that pressure out. But like I said, I don't deal with Strawberry a ton. Crockett could maybe chime in on some of these points because he talks with Wes and Allen a little more, but we just don't hear much. I think if there was a problem, Wes and Allen would tell us, but they're not telling us much or not telling me much. So I'm guessing there's no problem is what that means. Yeah. Looking at objective 2 focuses on ice angler hours. So maintain a minimum of 150 ice angler hours per year. This was last measured in our 2021 creel. A lot has changed since then. We've developed the Chicken Creek East ramp that is now maintained in the winter to allow more angler effort over there versus going from the marina. So again, these hours might even be higher now. Hopefully we get a year-long creel again soon so we can actually track this and see where we're at with the development of those access points. But again, you go up there on a really nice day with not 3 feet of snow on the lake, and you're probably, might look like Pine View at sometimes when the fishing's really good. Maybe not quite as bad as Pine View, but it might look like it right off from the marinas. Yeah. But yeah, it's the guys that are willing to go grab a snowmobile and go out there, they're going to have a good day. And I've fished it once and I did not catch a fish when I ice fished it. We didn't fish for that long. It was a workout even. We had to walk out because Wes didn't get any time to drag us out. He was able to bring us back into the ramp, but yeah, walking through 2 feet of snow wasn't the most enjoyable day of my life last winter.
And slush.
And slush, exactly. Same with the goal 3, objective 4, enhance non-angling fishing related opportunities, viewing events, stuff like that. This year I got to help out at the kokanee days up there as a dedicated hunter to get my hours instead of actually working because they were worried about people, and they estimated 2,100 people showed up to kokanee days this year, which was highest ever. It was a zoo for the 3-4 hours I was in the water there. It was nonstop talking to people. And it was a cool event. seeing little kids come out and just pointing at big fish. My little boy came up there and he wanted to jump in the water with me, but that was not going to happen. Mom had to keep him off the railing a little bit, but being able to talk to people and keep them engaged on what's going on there and the importance of that fishery and protecting that fishery during that vulnerable time. We all know kokanee are shut down for a certain time to allow them to spawn, and being able to look in the stream and see all those fish coming up and look in those traps and see all those fish in there is a really nice way to educate the public. And it's close. You're talking an hour from the Wasatch Front for a good chunk of people. Having them be able to go up on a day trip and spend their time hanging out and talking to us was a really neat thing, and that's what we're going to continue to do. It's one of our biggest events from the public. Working with the Forest Service helps a ton with that. And yeah, it's not something that's going to go away, I can't imagine, because it's super important and super close to the public. Looking more at recruitment in the system. Maintain average annual recruitment of age 1 cutthroat at 0.033 fish per net hour. Focus on increasing this level. It's bounced back and forth, but again, we're over the line of what we want to be at. So by the books, we're doing all right. We're checking the boxes that we need to do. There is recruitment. Stuff is occurring. Those streams are doing well. There are a lot of projects. I think there's a Strawberry River project that went on last fall, keeping out cattle grazing on the upper reaches. So again, we're implementing stuff to help increase productivity in the system and reproduction. Looking at that at kokanee too, same exact thing. We had low numbers throughout 21 to 24, but then we had a big boost in 25. And of course, they're doing a little extra netting to look into that with their project on stocking and recruitment. So again, Wes and Alan, I'm sure would love to come talk to you guys about that project and give the data. But according to this, we significantly increased natural recruitment of kokanee into the system. And we do that by tracking spray dye marks. Every gill net survey and all these netting surveys, they put them under a black light and see what color spray dye they are, and that tells us what year class. If they don't have spray dye, they're natural, essentially, what we assume. And they can talk more into that. Like I said, I'm sure they'll come down. But yeah, it's good to see natural recruitment. We can't always rely on the trap being productive, as shown in that graph a few years ago, where we didn't get quota and we were scraping by, and emergency had to go to Fish Lake or whatever 2 years ago to get more fish. And we don't want that. We want natural recruitment in every one of our systems. That's what we hope for. But the more we can rely on natural, the better in all fisheries across the state. So now the nitty gritty details. Question 3, population characteristics. Of course, it's a scale of 0 to 4 or 0 to 8. Every qualification gives you 2 points. So looking at.
Do you want me to pull those up and share those, or do you want to just go through them?
I can go through them. This one's relatively easy to go. So 1 is unique species.
Make it bigger, that the picture does.
So I went to full screen.
Probably.
Well, I just.
It's weird because I'm in presenter view, so I'm not quite sure why it's so small. I can try to change
I went
the way I share this.
I went a little bit bigger.
I can try something here, but I don't know if it's going to do much with me. So. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So again, fish population characteristics, that's one we, the biologists, score. So it scores from 0, doesn't hit any of these, to 8, hits all of them. I scored it a 4, and we'll get to that because there's 5 things. So you have to hit all 5 categories. So unique species, one of the few lakes that has kokanee. Of course, we're putting kokanee in a lot of places now, so maybe it won't be unique in the future. But it is the best, one of the best kokanee fisheries in the state. One of the first kokanee fisheries in the state. So unique species option, checks that box. Trophy fish, by their numbers, they have trophy levels, high levels of trophy Bear Lake and kokanee by our PSD metrics. I didn't add that in. We didn't have a slide for that. That was just more in Wes's or Alan's email to me, but it checks that. So there's 4 points. Native sport fish, this could be, it is a cutthroat, it is native, but technically it is the wrong cutthroat for the drainage. So I didn't give it that point, and we can argue that if we want.
We don't count it for the cutthroats line.
Exactly. So I doctored points there. Naturally reproducing, we do have naturally reproducing Bear Lakes and kokanee, like I just shown those last slides. So we check that box there. And then diverse. It is designed to be this fishery as it is. But to me, a 3-species sport fish fishery is not diverse. You guys can argue with me on that one if you want. It was designed for that, so it has its point. But when you look at some of these other fisheries that we have across the state, Fish Lake, even Jordanelle, we got 9, 8 sport fish species throughout warm and cold water.
You can always put walleye in.
No, it's not been sampled. It's been caught by an angler, but it hasn't been sampled by us, so I don't count that in my stuff. So yeah, doesn't hit that one in my opinion. But again, we are talking strawberry. If I don't know what the final score was, but it probably is not going to hurt it if I take 2 of these off.
Yeah, and on diverse, I mean, you think about the elevation and what you do have. I mean, I would consider that for that water diverse.
Yeah,
it's what you got.
We're here to have that discussion, so I'm open to have that discussion. And,
Just out of curiosity, why aren't Colorado cutthroat in there?
Bear Lake are more of a predator fish. Okay. So they keep the chub at bay versus Colorado's or the bottombills. Or
that would be the natural in there.
Right.
Yep. But Bear Lake are
below
known
the
to
dam.
eat fish more than the other ones are. So that's why they're in there.
I did a very scientific study on Facebook. And I just put it out there. How many of you have caught cutthroat trout over 22 inches? You know, show me. And there was a lot of opinions on why people don't catch them over 22. There's a few that do catch them, but I just wondered if there's something going on. Some people are saying that there's just too many in the lake now. I mean, you go up there and you catch every cast, you catch a cutthroat. But we're not catching any that are over 22. Or not.
When we consider trophy fish by means of their length metric, what we would expect is 3 to less than 10%, let's say, of the whole population should be trophy. To maybe say it's a trophy fisher. So if you're going to catch 100 fish in a day, you might get 4 of them that are 24 inches or more. So it's not expected. It's just, it has a good opportunity over a different system to be a trophy fisher.
But so you got a goal of 1 million sport hours, people fishing. As soon as it's 24.25, it's at the cleaning station in someone's freezer. So
yeah, that's not good.
You see it if you go to the cleaning station.
You do. And that's a system. It has the opportunity to have it. So that's we see it in our netting. We see it's an option for anglers. Are the anglers going to catch them all? No. Are our gill nets going to catch some? Yes, because that's what they're designed to do. So by our numbers, we can say it has trophy fish opportunity.
Okay.
But your anglers are not always going to catch trophy fish. Yeah, 4 to 5% catchable fish are trophy. So again, you catch 100 fish, 4 to 5 of them might be a trophy standard, which I don't know the length metric on cutthroat off the top of my head, but it's probably 20. Larry has his hand raised. Go ahead, Larry.
I was wondering how big.
Would cut bows add to the diversity, or would they?
It might. That's been in discussion on where we can use cut bows, and like Josue said, we're testing it in places, but I think you would have a lot of hated people if all of a sudden cut bows got into strawberry after how much work went in to get rid of hybridized fish and the sterility of rainbows that are in there right now. So might not be the answer for strawberry, but it could be an answer for a different fishery that already has that hybridization going on that we don't care about, in quotes, that we're okay with it hybridizing.
So you don't think that the amount of cutthroat are affecting the size of the cutthroat?
I don't want to confidently answer that question without Alan and Wes, just because I don't go through all of that data, but
I just wondered what I should tell people when they ask me.
I don't think it's a problem.
Tell them to enjoy catching.
Yeah.
And just enjoy it.
I just.
I mean,
23-inch fish is a pretty nice fish.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I think a lot of people go and catch one and they want more. It's like shooting a
Oh,
big
yeah.
buck or a big
Yeah,
elk.
that's-
Like it's never the same after you do it once.
Yep.
Well, there's a lot of harvest up there, and especially in the winter, you know, I know
Yeah.
guys that'll bring back limits in the winter and, you know, we have a fish fry.
So it could play into it too, but given the size of Strawberry,
But their condition factor isn't,
No.
like their condition factor is still good. It's not like you have a whole bunch of fish, you had a whole bunch of fish and too many for the system, they'd be long and skinny, right? The
Okay.
condition factor
Yes.
would be less.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
These are not.
these are not that way.
and when you think about it,
They're not-
Strawberry's
they're
water
heavy.
temperature does not go high. It doesn't have a long growing or year-long growing season like the Provo River, for example, where you got a tailwater fishery. You got winter and you have summer. They're not gonna just explode because they can grow all year round. They only have a short little period to really grow when you look at it. So.
Still fishing too, how greedy can you be, you know?
Still fishing.
Yeah.
Oh, I've only caught, shoot, 100 fish and none of them are 24 inches.
What a shame. They're all 22. How dare they be 22 inches? But in the end, it scored a 4. Didn't score the max, but I think we can justify where it's at, given that it is a unique fishery. It is something different, but it's not as diverse or has the right species of cutthroated to call it a native sport fish. So, management initiatives, kind of talked and went through my whole presentation was on goals and objectives. That scores 1 to 4, and 4 being no changes are needed, or had management plan accomplished, no changes are needed. We step down from there. It could be management plan is in development. That'd be score number 3, needs changes. Number 2 is doesn't have a management plan, but needs changes. And 1, I can't remember what 1 was. I have it pulled up here, but I don't want to share.
Not likely to be completed or something.
Yeah, something like that. No management plan expected, but has.
There's evident needs, but it's not gonna happen.
Yeah. So again, most recent management plan, pretty much successful. We just went through 15 slides of how they're hitting all their objectives and goals. We're good there. Achieved all those catch rates, achieved all the net catches of chubs, maintained natural recruitment, so on and so forth. Although it's lacking consistency in the kokanee netting, again, we don't always have consistency in kokanee netting. So I don't think that's missing that goal or objective. It's just still a question that we got to figure out how to answer that a little bit better, which they are trying to do that right now. So again, score of 4, highest it could go. That's where we're at there. Anybody got any problems with that one? Good, good. 7, 8, 9. I just went through all these. I know you guys probably had to do 7, 8, 9 as well. But again, Strawberry is an important system, so I feel like I need to talk about it as well. Shore fishing, percentage based wise, anything greater than 81% is a 4. That's where it gets a 4. It's national forest land, besides a little bit of reservation land. Even with the private boat ramps and areas, you can still fish, shore fish on them easily. So therefore, shore fishing is really high. 5 major boat ramps throughout the whole system, allowing you to put your boat in. If you got a big rig or a small rig, you have a ramp to put it in. Again, I talked about the Forest Service land, although it's not fully private or fully public anymore. As we know, there's some changes with the Forest Service. They're going to start charging at certain fees, like Chicken Creek East, the Ladders, Mud Creek. Now the government's back up and running. So maybe if the government shuts down, you don't have to pay again to get on Strawberry. But again, right now they're going to start doing that, but it's going to benefit everybody. We know we've been in discussion, and I think it's an agenda item, snow plowing at Strawberry. Why do we keep funding this? These funds are going to help that. When they start charging people to use these places, those funds are expected to be returned right back to the system and use it for snow plowing and other improvements as well. But hopefully we can get away from that yearly expense of snow plowing maybe in 15 years once they know how much money they're actually bringing in and what the cost is.
What's the fee going to be?
I don't know on that. They have their electronic fee station, so it's not going to be somebody working a booth. It's going to be what you see below Deer Creek now, I think, where it's you pay, you type your license plate in and go. But I don't know what it's actually going to be. It's not even started yet. So again, I can get Alan and Wes on that if he might have more knowledge, because Alan's been involved with that for 30 years. So I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I can't imagine it's gonna break your arm because it is federally $4. Yeah, it's gonna be what you see consistently at some of the other pay stations.
The Flaming Gorge National Recreation Area, I want to say it's $5.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So.
Yeah. Five use 23.
$3.
Ran 23 ran by the same group that some.
Oh, it's the same group.
URC.
Oh, Lord. Start saving your money. Never.
They have year passes for that.
200 and I think it's over $200 now.
220, 230 bucks.
Gosh.
You can't afford to fish strawberry
No,
anymore.
No, gotta go somewhere else. But yeah, it's somewhere else that makes you pay, like a state park. But yeah, same thing. If we pay to play. That's what our sport is. Look at hunting,
Yeah,
look
let's
at everything.
see if we can figure that out and
Yeah.
let everybody know if we can.
Yeah, I'll provide an update. I'll ask Alan and Wes. But again, this is not even started yet, so it's going to be starting soon. But hopefully, it's going to improve to more access points, better access points, more docks, more general maintenance that some of us have had to take on over the last few years to keep things afloat.
But that hasn't happened at Pineview.
What's that?
Better access, better.
Just gone downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got full ramp and access area can close for the next 2 years.
It's like they don't want anybody.
They closed 2 of the 3 ramps by early September this year.
Yeah.
Because nobody goes there.
It's expensive.
Dollars.
I mean, so I was just at our Muskies Inc. banquet this last weekend and we talked about Pineview and a lot of them were saying like, I'm already coming up with plans to go fish other waters to Pineview now because it's taking them over an hour just to get off the water.
Yeah.
There's so much traffic back up.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic. Coming from Minnesota, we had a place, Red Lake, who I talked about with the walleye regulations. But yeah, it was all private companies that owned resorts, and you just paid to get on through their things. And it was good because you could drive your car out on the lakes up there, but they'd maintain the roads and parking spots. So you saw the immediate response. So it isn't uncommon. It's pretty standard across most places that do things a little different in Utah because you're not driving your trucks out on the lake or pulling ice houses, but having a parking lot plowed where you can unload your snowmobile and go, and hopefully that's what that money gets used to. People are going to like that. They're going to like being able to go fish somewhere without putting a huge amount of effort into it. So
There's a new district ranger, by the way, at the Ogden Ranger District, so that might help.
She's on maternity leave.
Yeah, I heard she hasn't been working for the last month and a half. Doesn't do us any good for us.
So moving on to the final question, water quantity, water quality. Quantity, I gave it an 8. Technically, we do not have a conservation pool up there, so I don't think it was warranted a full score of 10, even though Strawberry does not drop that low because it's up high. Very, very good water usage. They're very smart with their water. We haven't seen a huge amount of fluctuations. We've seen low water in those 22 year or the 2022 year, but again, it's not severely low and it's not dropping outrageous quickly or slowly or whatever. Central Utah's been really good with their water usage and spreading it out and making changes gradually versus drastically. In quality, there's no DEQ warnings for consumption at Strawberry, so everything's good there. So that's what I consider water quality myself. So again, there's our scores for Strawberry.
Do you want to go to the score sheet and vote?
Yeah.
Or do you want to just keep? Okay.
I think we should do everyone.
After I'm done, Chad.
All right. So I don't remember exactly what the scores are, so I'm gonna take over your sharing. Oh, I guess first I should. Okay. Sorry, where am I? What am I doing?
All right.
There. Yeah, look for the, okay, so Strawberry. Is that over? So as you can see, it is a large cold water reservoir. Points needed is 65, and scoring here is well above. It was definitely the highest ranked. So the way the process is written, it just triggers a vote. So should we vote?
Let's vote.
Okay. I'll let you take that.
So how should we phrase it? Yeah, all those in favor or do we need a motion?
Right.
Or can we just take a vote? We can just take a vote, right? We don't need to get a
To
motion.
maintain.
To maintain it
Charter
as a,
reservoir.
yeah, as a blue ribbon fishery.
Oh, I need a
motion?
Motion for that and then second that too.
Okay.
a motion that we maintain Strawberry as a blue ribbon fishery.
Okay, Terry's got a motion.
A second.
Ryan's the second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Okay, I will stop sharing, let you go back. Sorry.
Okay, good. We passed the first one. I figured I'd start you guys off easy with strawberry or something. So now we'll get a little more challenging here. We'll go to Jordanelle. So Jordanelle's technically not the next water down, but it's a little lower than strawberry. So I'm calling it the next water down. The upper reservoir of Provo River tribute system, built in the 90s, hasn't been open too long, but long enough that we're seeing a lot of changes throughout the fisheries dynamics since its inception way back in 93 or whatever. Large system, heavily used by all users, not just anglers. Was heavily used by anglers back in the day before wakeboard boats became a thing, and now wakeboard boats, jet skis are popular, and we all know the explosion of the Wasatch back is huge. A lot more residents than when this reservoir was built. This reservoir was built on farmland way back in the day, so was very nutrient rich. Not as much vegetation, but some vegetation for natural trees that are in there as habitat. Those have now all deteriorated or nearly deteriorated. Does go through multiple water flows back and forth because it is a water source for the Central Utah project. It does see drops down in the 60%, 70% yearly, but luckily those are not extreme. They go down gradually, and it's been pretty consistent across the years. A little lower in that 22, where every other reservoir in the state was really low. But again, it's been really good the last couple of years. We've had high water. Our perch numbers have come back up, which I'll get to here. This high water has been great. It's been flooding areas for these fish to use and utilize that they haven't been able to use before for a lot of years, allowing anglers to actually target vegetation and trees versus just fish out in the middle of nowhere like Jordanelle is, because it's very barren system. We had a management plan in 2016 to address these serious changes. This was before my time, so I'll talk to it a little bit. I didn't go through all the goals and objectives like I did with the strawberry plan. I'm going through more fish data, but again, we had a lot of problems. People wanted a changing fishery. They wanted something unique, which meant tiger muskie, splake, wiper. They wanted increased size structure and smallmouth back because they want their 6-pound smallmouth back from the beginnings of this reservoir. Increase the forage base, which is yellow perch. They wanted that back. They also wanted it to be used by all anglers, and it had a multifaceted plan. It was back when the state did still does a lot of individual reservoir plans. And we had a big group of people. I don't know who was on it from Blue Ribbon. Might have been Ken Strong actually way back then. But it was, again, like all our other management plans, put together by a lot of different parties that had a lot of different stake or their own visions for the reservoir. So it created a multi-tiered fishery with different sport fish to be able to fish for year round. So all my data is essentially from 2006, I believe, through now. So 20 years of data to make comparisons against and see where we're at with multiple different fish species, mostly the important ones or the ones we added. We have curtain net data that we switched to in 2018. I believe curtain nets became a thing. So we are making comparisons between old sampling methods and new sampling methods. We do have electrofishing data, which has been pretty consistent, but a lot of times we made these changes for sampling methods due to our changes from that management plan and how do we better track these fish. And curtain nets were kind of the fad back then, tracking offshore pelagic fish. So that's what we switched to, kind of the same thing they do in strawberry. We just don't do it every year at strawberry. So this data is from 2022, which is somewhat frustrating that I did not get out there this year, but it was not on my schedule, but I wasn't going to leave one water body off my evaluation. So we are working with 3-4-year-old data. E-fishing is a little more recent. We can see those bass numbers really relate to e-fishing. We'll go through that here, but it's got rainbow trout. We added splake. We got tiger muskie, smallmouth bass, yellow perch, kokanee, wiper, brown, cutthroat trout. We got everything in there. If you want to fish for it, it's probably in Jordanelle. We even had crappie in there at one point in the survey. Haven't seen them since. Somebody claims we got a largemouth bass way back in the day. I don't know if that was really a largemouth bass or not, but it's had everything and probably will have everything because people do move fish, and we know that. So we'll start with rainbow trout. This is the fish that has been consistent across the whole state. 80% of our anglers in this state want rainbow trout. That's what they want. That's what we manage for. That's what we've always managed for. We've changed our ways. We used to stock smaller fish. Now we stock larger fish. But the good thing is catch rates of rainbows have increased in both our creel data and as well as our netting data and shocking data. So the top graphs are all the spring and fall netting, where summer is all electrofishing data. So we used to net every year in Jordanelle. Now we're on a 3-year rotation. We used to do spring and fall. Now we just do fall. We used to do experimental gill nets. Now we do AFS gill nets, and now we do curtain nets. So it is a lot of different sampling methods combined into one plot, but I wasn't going to make it any busier with all kinds of data points for all these different nets. And I just went spring, fall, summer. Hopefully you guys can follow along with that. If not, I can gladly help you understand a little bit more. But again, catch rates are up from 2020 and 2023 shocking. Really increase in rainbow trout. I think TJ was out on that event when we did Jordanelle shocking, and it was crazy how many trout started jumping in the boat all of a sudden. It was kind of impressive. And TJ was a pretty dang good netter. He was solid. Our netting. What? But our netting is showing the same thing. We got increased catch rates in rainbow trout on Jordanelle right now. So moving on to length distribution. So we can get the details back on the trophy fish category or quality, preferred, memorable, stock. So each red line indicates that length bin. So these length bins are spread out using all kinds of data across the country to create these PSDs, whatever you want to call it. And each length is a different line. So the SS is substock. So everything below this is below 10 inches. This is above 10 to 15, I believe. 19, I think 18 is quality. So this is our stocker size. This is quality. Above that would be preferred, but we didn't have any fish sampled in the preferred size. So we do have a little bit smaller fish, but again, people harvest on the system. You're going to see that. They're not going to grow for 8 years and we're going to catch giant. You might catch one here or there, back to the discussion on strawberry. According to our data, most of our fish fall in that quality to stock size, which again is the same for multiple years. We're not seeing much of a difference. We're even way better than we were prior to that stocking shift that we did in 2012. Again, we're sitting pretty standard. So I don't think there's a problem with the length distribution of rainbow trout in Jordanelle right now. Relative weight. So that's the other metric on how fat a fish is. We talked about KTL, just a different condition metric. And that's using a standardized length weight equation developed through multiple different samples across the country on multiple different rainbow trout populations. So again, a value around 100, pretty good. 90 to 100 is pretty good. Above 100 is really fat. Getting that 80 to 70, you start to maybe raise your eyes a little bit about why is this fish not as fat, food limited. But again, rainbow trout have held consistent pretty much across that 75 to 100. They're not dropping below that, which is good, which means there's still good food available for them to eat in those younger years and getting fat. But again, a little bit of a concern that they're not real close to that 100 bar. But again, we're not hearing too many complaints from anglers that these fish are too skinny. If we were, we could maybe address those questions with different stocking quotas or do some more zooplankton measurements to figure out what's changed in their food source. But it's held pretty consistent through the years that they're doing all right. They're healthy. Moving on to kokanee. This is going to look like our kokanee population dropped. But again, in 2020, we sampled in September. 22, we switched over to October. So we're not killing all the spawners. All the spawners are now in the river in September spawning. We're sampling October, which is the way strawberry does it to get the expected catch for the future years. So our catch rate is down, but again, a third of our fish are now up in the Provo River spawning, not available to get caught in our nets. So again, we're up there. I can't remember exactly what Strawberry's numbers were, but we're very similar catch rates to what Strawberry has. And our anglers are doing well. Every last 2 years, we stocked tiger muskie by boat in the system. And when we're waiting for the hatchery trucks and talk to the anglers, and I've yet to talk to an angler that hasn't got a limit in the last 2 years. It's not a large sample, but everybody we've talked to the last 2 years is catching limits, and they're doing well. So clearly the Kokanee are doing just fine in Jordanelle. And that's with limited stocking too. We didn't hit quota for a couple of years, and Jordanelle's on the chopping block for not getting full quota. So we were relying on more natural recruitment than some of these other systems do. And clearly it's occurring, and the fish are being able to reproduce naturally and keeping that population up for anglers to catch. Looking at the length, you can really see that shift to our post-spawn sampling. So you can see those year classes go up from our first year, second year, third year, fourth year. They were increasing, but we were sampling in September when we have a chance to catch those oldest fish. Here, we sampled in October, so all those old fish are gone. So now we're catching the 1-2-year-old fish that are now in the system. So again, not as many trophy fish by standard, but we're not expecting to get them in our nets because they should be spawning in the river. So
just a question about your creel data in 2023. Are angler hours down on Jordanelle?
Yes. So we did a creel, which I think I have a slide here towards the end. It was estimated 22,000 angler hours from May through October, but I'm almost going to count that May through September because we interviewed one angler in October. Earlier creel estimates way back in the day when this system started, I think 97, we had like 250,000 angler hours. We don't know how accurate that stuff is. I can't even find the raw data from those creel surveys to even rerun it to see, okay, how did we even do this to get this estimate? And Chris and I have questioned, like, is this real, or have we lost? We're down to 10% of what we used to get out there. From our last creel in 2013, I believe it was 39,000 angler hours compared to our 22 in 2023. So it is down. Whether that's a change because of other users that pushed anglers off, which I think plays into it, or because it's more of a challenge for us to interview anglers because of the other users. And we couldn't use our binoculars to figure out, is that wakeboard boat fishing or not? We think there's a lot of that goes on, because when you're going out with a family surfing, I was the kid that fished out of the pontoon and out of the other random boats, and I sure as heck believe there's probably some kids that want to fish, but their dad has a Natique that he fishes out of, and we might have missed those anglers. During that creel survey, we had a lot of anglers on the water before we even started, and then by the time we go and do our angler counts and come back, all those guys are gone. So we missed them. But again, it relates probably directly to that, as Chris has said, angler satisfaction. These anglers feel like they've been pushed off the system significantly.
Well, and I think in here, we're nodding our heads that we at least perceive that if we go, we're going to have some crowding effects. Or
It hasn't happened on Jordanelle, but on Deer Creek, I've had water come up over my deck on my pontoon boat because of the.
We heard it
and
quite
I
a
can't
bit.
imagine being in a small fishing boat.
I didn't add any of those slides into here, but my top 3 on our open-ended response: crowding, improved access because they wanted to go to the rock cliff side because the main ramp's too busy. We heard all that. We heard all those complaints in our little bit of creel that we are actually able to accomplish. And we're still trying to figure out how we can address that. And we had that discussion, I believe, in June about no wake zones increase. Top priority is extending that no wake zone in Jordanelle and the Provo Arm. Give anglers a better shot. Add a no wake zone to the North region where they just put that day use area. Give people a better opportunity to use it. And maybe next time down the line when we do a creel survey, we'll redesign it maybe a little bit to figure out how do we get contacts with anglers, because we were lacking that. We just finished a creel on Settlement and we had 1,200 lines of contacts from anglers. Yeah, it's a small system in Tooele County, but that was like triple what I got on Jordanelle, which is way bigger in Saxon. So we just we got unlucky when I think it came down to getting true contact with anglers, and I'd love to redesign that.
I think you have to be out there by 5:30, 6 in the morning, and done by 10. I go by, Rockport's a similar situation. I go by there frequently in the summer and by 10, 11, it's just, in the summer, it's just recreational. It's wall to wall. I don't know how, it doesn't look safe to me.
Yeah. We designed our creel how we did it in the past. We wanted to mimic what we did in 2013, but that might not be the way to do it going forward, because on a Saturday when our creel clerk is stuck trying to get into the state park, he's missing people interviewing. It's like, but he's got to hit that point. He's got to get to the main boat ramp because people use the main boat ramp.
Yeah.
But if he can't get there, we can't interview people.
You gotta be there
So
at 6 in the morning.
we have to either add a second person to the creel or change up our design a little bit and find what time they're getting off the water, knowing what time they're getting off. And we just have a guy camp out at the access for 6-7 hours. He doesn't go to the other ones. He only sits at one for that day. He might sit at the other. So we're trying to figure it out. It's kind of sad that what we got out of it. We do think it's real to an extent. We do know that there's less angler use because we hear it from the anglers that they don't want to come here anymore. They can't come here anymore. But to see a drop that we've seen from the start of this reservoir was pretty severe. But we were also trying to make comparisons versus longer creels through winter months. Okay, what data can we take to say, okay, this is comparable to our 2023? But again, a lot less numbers than we had, and we think it's a big change due to the shift of users on that system.
Just a quick update from the last one about the no wake zone. We just did a quick collector for all the regions. If we're going to do this, let's not just look at one location in one region. And so we have, it's less than, it's probably a handful probably. So it's not a ton, but take all of them to state parks. And then talk to Craig about when we want to do that. He suggested we wait. So it's on my radar, hoping to do that early the next year. And I think Larry, you said you wanted to be involved with that. Am I making that up? When we went to the. I feel like someone.
Maybe it was. Maybe I slept.
Someone said they were like interested in meeting with state parks or at least being involved somehow. Anyway, if that was it.
I'm a short timer, so.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't want to start something I can't finish.
Sure.
My granddaddy was.
And this could take a little bit. So I'll just keep you guys posted as we work with them. The idea was to ask for the process for how do we get that going.
So moving on, relative weights, same exact condition metric. They're good. They've held consistent, whether it's September sampling or October sampling. All those values fall around that 80, 85. So they're healthy. Opening are fine in there. Brown trout. I added this one in this morning because it is known for trophy brown trout fishing. There's a select few anglers that don't open their mouth when they're going down there when the brown trout are biting, but they are. I actually went to the state park and looked for kokanee this fall, and I couldn't quite tell what it was, but I'm guaranteeing it was a brown trout. It had to be upper 30s. It was significantly larger than these kokanee that were spawning. And it was just sitting right behind the school of kokanee around the bridge, knowing what it's going to eat. It wasn't going to eat any flies or anything.
No,
but there was probably 30, 40 brown trout. Could be splake as well in there, just hanging out 20 feet behind this pot.
Swing beads, man.
Yeah.
It's just like
Mike said he tried to fish it a couple days later and he didn't even see any fish there. So I must have hit it at a perfect window.
We did.
But yeah, it was kind of incredible to see that.
They're like
State record
little
length
gangsters. They got the
brown
hoodie
trout.
on, they're waiting for the eggs.
But according to our data, we don't catch any of those trophy brown trout in our netting. It happens. Our nets catch fish, but they don't catch all the fish. But again, those brown trout length are holding true to what they have for the last 10 years. So I don't think there's concern for brown trout. Maybe fewer numbers that we're seeing, less recruitment, but that could be severe changes with high river flows over the last couple of years, really changing the spawning grounds in the Provo. Just from 22 to now, like the main channel that used to go up all the way towards Victory Ranch at times is 2-3 inches of water in places. It's super shallow. So they've had to really change their travel route, and their fish, they're going to find a way up. But that river significantly changed, and it's probably moved their spawning grounds around quite a bit. Hopefully we see some increases again, but again, what we're seeing, the length of fish that we're catching is fine. They're holding through what we've had. Now the trouble species, smallmouth bass. We designed a management plan, or they designed a management plan goal to increase size structure in smallmouth bass. That was in 2016, and they've actually catch rates have gone up, even though we wanted them to go down. And we're seeing a bunch of small fish now. We've seen a lot of small fish, and we're seeing even smaller fish. I have some age data that's got 10-inch smallmouth at 8-7 years old, which is a big problem. Not enough food. They're not growing. There's too many of them. Multiple different factors. But it's frustrated our bass anglers. A good bass tournament out there, you could bring in 8 pounds and you might win the thing off 5 fish. Like, it's sad right now. So again, that's why I came to you guys. It ended up going through Habitat Council, but the habitat enhancement projects that Clint's doing at Pine View, I'm doing at Jordan now. We hope to maybe change that shift, give them more of a forage base, give the perch a chance to survive, give other predators a chance to eat these fish instead of just out in the middle. So we'll see if changes happen. We won't see them for 10 years or so, but smallmouth are still a problem. We're still getting a lot. When you're getting almost 100 fish per hour in electrofishing survey, that's a lot. That's a lot of fish that you're having to deal with. So you want those numbers way down, and that would hopefully bring up size structure. And again, here is that size structure. So almost 75% of the fish we sampled in our 23 electrofishing were less than 200 millimeters. Tiny, real small, really frustrating. But again, getting a bass angler to harvest a smallmouth is getting a trout angler to harvest a trout. Doesn't happen. We could have everybody kill every smallmouth and keep them, put them in their freezer. We might see a change, but again, there's so many fish in there that it would take an extreme level for that to actually happen. But we could talk about that, right? But again, you can add regs to tell people to do something and they might not do it. So, and the bass angling community, which is myself, doesn't like to harvest bass. But a good cold water smallmouth tastes just as good as a crappie or a walleye, so I would not be against it. But changing that angler perception is nearly impossible for us.
But early on, there was a lot of people that went to Jordanelle for smallmouth.
It was you go and catch 5-pounders every time you went there, and that shifted, but it didn't shift solely because there's too many fish. In a common reservoir system, you hit that 30 to 40 year threshold in the new system, you have lost all your habitat. It is now standing timber, no branches coming off. It's sad. There's nothing out there, and that's what we're trying to change with that. And as Chris added, black bass are in a management group right now, and because Josue and I went to the black bass meeting back in August for the national AFS, Craig, of course, told all them that, and now Jordanelle is going to be put on the test project more than likely on how what can we do to bring it back.
So the habitat works more for the forage?
We hope it gives them perch to eat, creates added nutrients when sediment settles on that habitat, gives them more bugs in those early stages. Multifaceted, but yes, if we can have a place where those perch can actually live versus in a crack of a rock or hanging out in some tiny little grass that's hanging out, they actually get somewhere to survive. Maybe they can grow and survive in order for the smallmouth to then eat them and then grow too.
Is it hard to do with fluctuating lake levels in these more fluctuating reservoirs?
It is,
where you guys are building them?
So our requirements are they have to be 10 feet below the 10-year low water average. But when you have water that's dropped 60 feet, these habitat structures don't become available to the fish until now. They're not available for 4 or 5 months out of the year, maybe, when those perch hatch and try to live at their young stage, because they can't get down to 85 feet to go into these structures. So we do fight that. Luckily, I have received approval. It's not signed by all parties yet, but they're going to allow me to put some spawning habitat in shallow water that will be exposed in areas in the no wake zone. And maybe we can see some immediate responses to that, where we go shock those areas where we have shallow water habitat and the perch densities are through the roof. Would be great, which what we saw when Taylor came out shocking with me 2 years ago. We'd push into the back of these bays and you couldn't even see the bottom. It was just larval perch. Just perch everywhere. So we have a good perch year coming on, and that plays, I think, in my opinion, directly to these high water years we've had. So we might see some immediate changes before this habitat project even starts, because we've had 2 really good water years that hopefully bring 2 good perch years. And we'll get into the perch data here. But again, relative weights of those smallmouth have been declining.
This summer I found some good size bass, but it was in the willows.
Mhm.
And as soon as the water went down,
They're
the
gone.
willows are gone,
Yep.
or well, they're there, but no water for them.
So we'll move on to tiger muskie briefly. The mystery fish that we never can get our hands on. They are in there. They exist. I promise you, they are here. We shocked up the tiny little guy in the bottom corner from stocking that year, but Clark, one of our anglers, has caught these two mid-40s 2 years ago, and we might have maybe heard a report of a upper 40s getting caught this summer as well. So they all of a sudden showed up. We were 1 year away from saying no more tiger muskie in Jordan now. And then they decided to, oh, I'm here. You guys can catch me now. But they're all big, which is not a problem. So it's a different fish to fish for, especially with Pineview and their frustrations that we heard of on use. Anglers are slowly starting to use Jordanelle and other fisheries. But again, it's a select group of anglers. It's not for everybody. It won't be for everybody, but they're out there and they're big and healthy.
Keep an eye on your small children.
Moving on to the yellow perch. This was our perch catch rates. So we had a big boom in 20, and then that water years were garbage, and they dropped significantly in 23. But then we shot fall of 23, or no, fall of 24, and we had good numbers. So if I have electrofishing data from next year, I'm hoping that they're going to come back up. But again, perch of bounce and perch go up and down everywhere in the country. It's not just a Jordanelle problem. Perch are known to go good year, really bad year. So, but again, lane class are all small. We're not getting big perch, but we've been hearing a lot of reports from anglers this year. They're catching 9-inch perch on Jordanelle right now. So maybe cross your fingers. We got a good ice fishing year. If we get cold water, and go catch some perch on Jordanelle. Relative weights have held pretty consistent, pretty good. So the fish that we are getting are healthy. They're just on the smaller side right now. So we'll go through scoring real quick. Again, that score of 8. So this one scored higher than strawberry, even though I might have just told you it's not a great fishery right now. But it has a unique fish. It has splake, which are fish you get the fish for in the fall and early winter when not anything else is biting. It's got tiger muskie. It's got kokanee. So it's got unique, and it's got wiper. Very hard to catch, but when you catch one of those, they're pretty big. Trophy fish, got tiger muskie. Just saw those 2 pictures. I call those trophy tiger muskies. Maybe technically by the books, they're not trophy tiger muskies, but they're up there. Native sport fish, we've done accidentally supplemental stocking of Bonneville cutthroat in there, and we have them upstream throughout the Provo, and we're getting anglers catching Bonnevilles in Jordanelle quite consistently now. So there's your native species component. Naturally reproducing. Talk about how many reproducing smallmouth we have. They're in there, so it hits the box, but it's probably not a good thing. We have naturally reproducing Bonnevilles and brown trout, which anglers do want to target. And diverse, 9 major sport fish species. So not every lake is a trout fishery. This one's got warm water and cold water all in one. So hit all boxes there, score of 8. You guys got any issues with that score for me and we can talk about? Yes, we had a lot of questions during that, so I didn't expect. Moving on to question 6 again, management. So we had a management plan. It was mostly successful. We hit catch rate goals. We hit our stocking rate changes. We've added different species. We've done a lot, but we failed. Oh, where did that just go? I don't know. I hit the arrow and it turned off my slide. So. Like I said, we achieved our catch rate goal for anglers, 0.25 fish an hour. We did really well in that in our creel survey. We introduced species. Part of it was improve shore access. The state park put in that Ross Creek day use area and opened that up just after our creel survey got over. And then we added a shoulder season fishery. It was a specific plan, and that was flake. But we failed on the smallmouth bass size structure, which I think is very important. And according up until last year, we were failing on tiger muskie as well, but now they're starting to show up, so we don't know about that one. So I gave it a score of a 3, which means it had a management plan, but it was kind of lacking to some extent or needs some changes. I think it's a 4. Look at accessibility, or do you guys got any questions on that one? All right. The whole reservoir is a state park, therefore it is 100% shore access. Whether you want to walk a couple miles around that east side of the reservoir is your choice, but by the book, it is all state park, which is great. Relatively low angler hours, so that could make it desirable by some, but of course then you're dealing with other users relative hours. So take that as you please, but there is 2 major boat ramps at Hailstone, a small craft ramp and the main 4-laner. Then at high water, you can go in the Rock Cliffs area early season and use that one, which is in the no wake zone. So again, 4 is top, I believe, on both shore and boat, and accessibility was 5. That's a 5 or a 0. That's more of your guys' opinion, which I think you guys scored that one as well. So water quality, water quantity, again, no conservation pool, but again, just like Strawberry, it doesn't go through extreme drops. It's pretty gradual and it's very consistent. It's very rare that we go really, really low. It stays at 60-70%. Still good, cool water. No fish consumption warnings that I found. I could be wrong on that one. There might still be something for brown trout, but again, it's pretty good. There's nothing to be severely worried about in there. However, during low water years, we might get higher water, which could cause some algal blooms. So
There used to be fish consumption on Jordanelle.
we gave them, I think we gave them, they got updated results, I believe, in 23. And that's what I pulled from. So yeah, a 6 and an 8. Given that it can drop more and there could be water quality concerns, I went middle of the ground neutral, and then 8 for quality, not a full 10. Same thing. Kind of they line up with each other. We don't have conservation pool, which means you could have really low water, which means you could have high water, algal blooms, stuff like that. So.
Oh. And that's I guess water. Go back to the compiled scores, and Jordanelle almost made the cuts. Again, it was a large, call it a 2-story. You can see that criteria 65, but we were super close, 63.6. Of course, the council has the ability to say, you know what, yeah, I think we want to vote on it, but maybe open it to discussion.
Yeah.
There were, I mean, just a lot of variability, right? From a 51 to a 76. So.
Well, from the commercial side of it, it is very big for business still because it's close to the valley here. For my own store anyway. Man, we do get a lot of people that go up there. I know the numbers are down, but we do get a lot of people that go up there and they're fishing for everything. So we sell a lot of kokanee, bass, trout. We sell equipment for a lot of different anglers. So, you know, I myself would really like to see it kept.
I think if you're willing to fish early and late, it's a really unique fishery, and people catch a lot of fish if they do kind of fish those off hours. So
we've been going over the Ross Creek side for years, even before the state had the land, they didn't develop it. And it's wonderful over there. The old road is there, you can walk down it. And
that's right.
Yeah. It's a nice place to go throw some bugs. It's easy access.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Usually would have a discussion after a motion, correct? I mean, I scored it kind of low, but I mean, no one can dispute the facilities. I mean, the facilities are top notch, and it is easy to get to. Some of the shoreline, when it asks how much shoreline is accessible, it's not totally accessible there. I mean, you have a lot of steep places, you have highway, there's a lot of factors that keep you from fishing a lot of that shoreline, but it is what it is. I mean, there's a lot of shoreline at Flaming Gorge you can't fish either, right? So because of the cliffs, but so anyway, I might have biased that just a little bit. If I scored that slightly different,
I've noticed that a lot of the cleaning stations haven't been open and operating. They had the tarp over that one at Jordanelle, I think, all year. I didn't keep any bass, but I just noticed that when we were getting the boat ready and stuff.
You know what might be happening?
No, I've been trying to figure out what the best way to approach state parks with all this is after a Creel survey, because that was actually brought up in Creel survey stuff too, is consistency of those things functioning. And because I think the Rock Cliffs one hasn't been working in 5 years. They kind of tarped up, or it's shut down really early at least.
Hey, Tyler.
Yeah.
Something that I just found out last week is boat cleaning station, or sorry, fish cleaning station maintenance can fall under boater access funds.
Oh,
So you can talk to Craig Walker about that.
okay. I didn't know that.
And state parks can fix it and bill
Yeah.
us.
Thanks, John.
What does Jordanelle charge now? I mean, the last time I went out there to get in, it is not a cheap fee to get in there. I mean, if you go over to, Rock Cliff side, I think it's like $5, but the main entrance is, I don't know.
It's whatever the state park.
It's 15 or 20 bucks.
Yeah,
The
it's
last
20
time I was there, and that was for a birthday party years ago. Shows how often I go to that part of it.
Well, if you buy the state park pass.
Perfect. Hey,
I mean, I know
Rock Cliffs was $20 to get in when I went there.
I mean, that's a lot if you gotta leave by 7.
Yeah.
Leave, go off
Yeah.
at 7.
Yeah, and that plays into it with the state park pass, and that's the pricing kind of pushes people to say I'm better off buy the state park pass for $100. And then
Or drive the extra hour to Strawberry.
until you got to pay this year.
Well, you know,
So yeah, no, it does, that is negative to it, for sure. But again, without those fees, we wouldn't have the Ross Creek area being developed. We wouldn't be able to have those day uses
Oh,
in
yeah.
shoreline, so.
Chris is pointing out Amanda is there now, and Amanda's great to work with. She is gung ho and ready to get stuff done, so, yeah, that's a good reminder.
It is a negative, but again, it is state park, so we're fisheries. We can work with them, but again, it's their choice on what they do to that, so.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'd make a motion, we keep, Jordanelle on the Blue Ribbon Fisheries list.
Second that.
Yeah. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, there you go.
Well, that was the lowest one,
Okay.
so, except for Utah Lake.
Yeah, I spent a little more time on that one. I'll cruise through Deer Creek here. Same thing. State park, 3,000 acres, heavily used by all users, a lot of day use. It has opportunity to be a great fishery as long as you're willing to deal with the Wasatch Front people. But that's every reservoir we're evaluating today because we are all within an hour of the Wasatch Front.
Probably not gonna go away.
So it's not gonna go away and it's only gonna get worse. We did a full creel, I believe, 2019, so there's a 236 angler hour estimate. We want another one for a few years if we get able to do one, but again, it gets used. It's used heavy because people can go after work and fish for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, as long as they have the state park pass to get in and don't have to pay $20. They can go after work and still fish for a couple hours, whatever it is, and do pretty well. So it does get used. It is very important to the Wasatch Front, Utah County. And you can be that boat ramp, like I said, 20 minutes from the mouth of the canyon to the boat ramp and in the water, pretty good. Primarily a 2-tiered fishery, just like the last one, has rainbows and browns. Doesn't have kokanee until they escape through the dam, which we know they do. But this one has walleye, smallmouth, and largemouth. So we'll cruise through this. Rainbow trout doing well. We kind of shifted our stocking as well. 10-inch fish. Catch rate's a little bit higher than Jordanelle. Everything's great. Rainbows have been known in Jordan, or known for Deer Creek for years, always have been known for the rainbow fishery. As in here, 84% of anglers are targeting rainbow trout in that system. That's what we manage for. You got all these other species in there, but we manage for rainbow trout. And anglers love it. It's one of the few you can actually, it ices on, gets iced pretty consistently, and it's phenomenal winter fishing for rainbow trout. I was going to say, Chris, I thought it was 12, but I was going with what you put. Chris gave a presentation to Rocky Mountain with all this data a couple days ago. So I basically just took what he had instead of rewriting the book here. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm asleep at the wheel. That's absolutely, the slides are accurate. Sorry. I was getting my Jordanelle and Deer Creek confused. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just needed to interrupt you for a minute since, give me a chance to catch your breath.
But again, catch rates are great. They've increased from our last sampling event, both electrofishing and our gill netting from last year.
Looking at the length group, we've actually improved size structure in rainbows, whether that's the larger stocking and giving them a chance to grow, or if that's because less anglers are fishing for them. We don't know that, of course, but again, we have improved size structure of rainbow trout in there, and anglers are happy with it. So those bars, again, most of our fish fall within that quality and stock, but kind of more on the upper end, with that black line being in that quality range, which is 15 inches or so. Looking at relative weights in our summer shocking, we had a few really plump rainbow trout come up, so they elevated that blue line a little bit. But again, looking at the gill nets, it's held consistent with what it's always had in its history. Nice, healthy rainbow trout in Deer Creek. Looking at walleye. Walleye are the unique species, you could call them, the trophy fish in this system, as Mickey, and you were there, right? You were in it. There's trophies in there. There's really big fish. There's not a ton. You're not going to catch a ton. Our gill net catches are up, and our electro fishing is kind of holding consistent. It's not known to get them electro fishing, but our gill net catches were up in that last year. I can't remember our whole number. 60 some fish we had in that 2024 gill nets. But looking at the size structure, we had big fish in there. Normally we're hanging out in this area, and we're still hanging out there on average, but we have that bar go way up. And this bar is 25% of our sample catch right here is above 24 inches. So I think we had one gill net that had 6 of those fish over 8 pounds. It was an impressive gill net to pull in. Our biggest fish was just shy of 14 pounds.
That was over 14.
Was it over?
It's like 14 and a half that Mike was holding.
Yeah, it was very, very large. Big fish, really big fish. But when you're putting 10-inch rainbow trout in the system, they're probably eating 10-inch rainbow trout to get that big, which I'm not complaining about if we put some extra fish in. But again, this is no stocking. We don't put any walleye in there. We have pushed that idea around a little bit for the recruitment side of it, but I think we're doing okay for now. I might do some more targeted fall shocking to figure out recruitment in the future. But again, walleye are doing pretty well. They're holding pretty standard for what we're used to. Even though we had some really heavy fish, their relative weights were not perfect. So they could be fatter according to this thing. But they're good. They're healthy. They're doing well. There's plenty of food for them to eat, whether that food is yellow perch that we're not catching, and that's why we don't have any yellow perch, or it's our rainbow trout we stock. Probably a mixture of both for the most part. But quickly looking at smallmouth, they're a little healthier than our Jordanelle smallmouth. Not as many are still our bass anglers say they're not big enough for them, but we might not ever please them. But we did get some big smallmouth, which I have in a picture here. Yellow perch, again, very cyclical, up and down, up and down. This gill net number is real. We gill netted in 24, but we didn't get a single yellow perch in our gill net. And that's kind of a problem to me. We got them shocking, but where are they? I don't know. I don't know what happened to them. If we just lucked out or didn't luck out, whatever you want to call it, not getting any yellow perch. That was kind of an anomaly that we didn't see any yellow perch in the gill net in October, because our fish were eating yellow perch and we were cutting into their stomachs, so they're there. But by our gill net numbers, we didn't get any. We did get them in our shocking numbers, so they're in there year before, that spring before, but they just weren't in our gill nets. Length is very similar to Jordanelle, more on the smaller side. They're not getting big. It's not a trophy yellow perch fishery, but it is our forage base. We expect them to be consumed by most of our species in there. But if you guys ever go out and catch any, let us know. We don't hear many reports of what's going on. I'd love to fish more at my job, but I don't necessarily get paid to fish all the time. But if you're catching perch at Deer Creek, let us know.
They're in the lower.
Yeah, they're in the lower problem.
That's where they're all at. They're in the lower.
But again, our condition's fine. They're still just below 1 for those shocked fish, 100 for those shocked fish. So we're doing all right. The ones we did get in our electrical fishing, they're still healthy. So moving on to the scoring quickly. Quick pictures. Here's some big walleyes. I needed to add some fish pictures halfway through to keep you guys engaged. But, even Chris got in on the fish holding action there. And then the crew that came out, we had to go process this net to start because we had some alive fish that were only caught by their teeth. So I wanted to get some of them back. But again, when you pull up a gill net with 10 fish over 6 pounds, 7 pounds, it makes you feel bad kind of. But then you look at the 85 feet of net we were fishing is probably, it means there's a lot of fish in there. We did kill some big fish. Fish tacos, yeah, Chris might have made that into fish tacos there. But again, there's those smallmouth that we had. Those are nice smallmouth. If you're a bass angler, that's what you want to see. We didn't see any of that in Jordanelle. So although there are not as many and there are still small fish in there, you got a better chance of catching a desired smallmouth in Deer Creek than you do Jordanelle. And I'm okay with that. I'd love them being both, but if I can have one decent smallmouth fishery, I'll take one decent smallmouth fishery in the region. So looking at scoring real quick, gave it a 6. So we'll go through those again. Unique species walleye, kind of unique, kind of not. Maybe I'm stretching on that a little bit, but in my waters, I only got 2 waters in my region that have walleye. So pretty unique to me. Trophy fish, we talked about all the big fish. You get a 14-pound walleye in a survey, that's a big fish. We broke the state record in Deer Creek recently. Spearfishing was broken 2 years ago, almost broken this year multiple times. It has big fish and they are in there. Whether you're an angler and can catch one, that's up to you, but they are big fish and they are in Deer Creek. Native sport fish, this is where I docked at the point, even though we have some extra cutthroat we threw in Deer Creek this year, so you might start catching some cutthroat in Deer Creek as well. Mike and I have a hard time getting rid of extra fish when we have extra fish. So we already got cutthroat above the system and coming in Main Creek into Wallsburg. So why not just put some right into Deer Creek and see how they do. Naturally reproducing, bonneville's, hopefully, brown trout, walleye, yellow perch if they reproduce, and of course our bass species. And again, diverse, 9 species, 2-tiered fishery, a lot of options. Not just a trout fishery and not just a warm water fishery. It's got everything for all kinds of anglers. So that's why it's a 6. Anybody gonna want to dispute that? Talk about that? Okay. Management score 2. So that's the lowest one I had here. We don't have a management plan on it. We haven't had a management plan on it. But clearly we're lacking a little forage in our yellow perch and anglers are not pleased with the bass at the moment. So therefore it needs something to be done, but it's not immediately being tackled. So that's how it gets a score of a 2. But as Chris said earlier in the chat, we are developing a walleye management plan and we are developing a black bass management plan. Deer Creek's going to come into play probably for both of those because of its locality to the Wasatch Front. So just because it doesn't have a Deer Creek management plan doesn't mean it's not going to be part of one. So again, they're complaining about black bass and I get to deal with them, which is fine because I'm one of those guys, so I can handle that one. But we're going to probably see some changes. They want to catch largemouth. We're not seeing largemouth like we used to see in Deer Creek, and they're not seeing as many smallmouth or big smallmouth that they used to see as well. So their yellow perch, which is our food source, is struggling. But again, I plan to come to you guys here in the next funding cycle for a similar habitat project for Deer Creek. Knowing that I'm getting approval for Jordanelle, I should be able to get approval for Deer Creek because it's next water down and we can do some more habitat implementation there as well. So I got a score of 2. We'll move on to access. Again, whole state park, even though you got to walk 4 miles on the north side to get to some of that shore, you technically can. So therefore it met the 4 criteria. It had, yeah, go ahead, Nick.
So you didn't have bluegill listed in there. When we did the stomachs, there were bluegill in a lot of the walleye and there were catchable bluegill in the net.
Yeah. There just wasn't a big enough number to have the discussion. I left that out. But yes, there are bluegill in there. And they are another food source for those fish, but low numbers. I'd love to see more bluegill in there. But again, it's not the most habitat friendly fishery for the bluegill. Pretty rocky, pretty sedimenty. It's not designed, but they do hold out in there. So shore, gave it a 4. It's that criteria, all of state park. 4 as well for boat. It's got 2 main boat ramps that can be used year round. And it has a primitive one on the north side during high water. You get some smaller crafts into that. And then question 7-8, water quality, quantity, water quality. Same thing as Jordanelle. No conservation pool. Low waters could be high temperature, pushing fish into a small little window for the cold water fish and causing algal blooms, which are actually pretty common in Deer Creek right now. So that's kind of where I went with there, and we can talk about this and go through the scoring as well.
Okay, let me switch over. And Deer Creek did make the cutoff. It needed 60 points because it's moderate sized. So 60.3 was the cutoff or was the score, and 60 is your cutoff. So definitely.
And that wasn't the lowest. I love that.
Definitely should
I'll agree.
Have a
It's,
discussion.
both these reservoirs are close and I have been worried about them because of what we've been seeing. And I'll let you guys do the voting, but again, it's where you lie. It's not the most desired thing anymore because it's so close to the public, but that's also good as well.
Yeah.
So make up your mind on that, but I expected these to score a little lower due to the shift of users since the last time they were up for evaluation.
Yeah. I think so this number 9, right, is the access is easy, maximizing it, or
Mhm.
access is difficult, right?
Yep.
So you can just see that for both of these, like it just depends on your perspective. So anyway, definitely have a vote, but have some discussion first, probably.
Well, let's do a motion first and then we'll have discussion.
Yeah.
So is there a motion for Deer Creek?
Motion that we maintain Deer Creek on Blue Ribbon.
Okay. Any discussion? Or do we have a second first?
No second.
And any discussion? Okay. All in favor? Okay, Deer Creek.
I don't know what it was, Jack or something.
Get that thing off, take off, and he grabbed that reel.
Somebody fixed it.
Any opposed?
Saltwater fish, not.
Okay.
Saltwater.
Jose,
different.
fake frogs, it's not like senior
You
frogs.
actually need it.
Okay, Utah Lake. This was a new one we put up for evaluation with high hopes, knowing that it could be a struggle for people to vote this one in, but we wanted to bring it up to you guys because it is in the population center. It is the closest fishery for millions of people to get to that has pretty decent fishery for catfish and other species and is used by a lot of different anglers because it's so close. We are in the process and have been in the process of making a management plan for the system. It's finalized and written down. It's just not out to the public yet, from my understanding. Chris can talk a little more to that if we need to, but again, it's important enough to us that we are trying to do something to make it a blue ribbon fishery. We've been restricted for years with June sucker recovery and what we can and can't do and what they need and what we need. And it has been a challenge. But again, it's sustained quality level fishing in our eyes and has improved specifically for catfish throughout low waters and high waters and extreme stuff. January of 26, the final plan should be ready. This has been going on since I started. It's been a lot. It's been a big process. There's a lot of parties involved in this. Utah Lake is almost in the public's eye as much as a Great Salt Lake is right now. It's pretty incredible, the people that want to do it. If we heard the Provo mayor, there was a news article that went out that all carp are going to be removed. And that's a lofty goal. Do we think it's possible? That's still up in the air, but to see that kind of conversation happen did not happen years ago. There weren't little cities involved that want to make a change on a big lake like this. It's been a few small groups. Now there's all kinds of cities that are trying to do their best to make Utah Lake desired by users. So I know it scored really low and we can go through it really quick, but again, it'll probably be brought up to you guys for sure my next time around, if not sooner than that, due to partly because of our management plan that we're creating. Is not just a fisheries plan, it's working with other groups for improving access, improving lake quality. But again, we can talk about the fish. That's why I'm here. So we'll cruise through that, knowing that we're low on time. I'll talk about our carp project. We've been doing a baited box trap for carp for years. We used to pay a company to remove carp. Now we're trying to do it in-house. This was our second year. Estimated over 100,000 pounds of carp were removed throughout our 94 net sets. These guys live on Utah Lake for 4 to 5 days a week, getting beat up by carp. It's not the most glorious of jobs out there, and I didn't have to go do it this year. I was too busy to go help them, which I felt bad, but also I felt okay because I didn't have to go live with Chris. Chris had to live with it a little bit more. But again, it's pretty incredible what we're even trying to do and seeing if this is feasible. And try to do our best to remove carp. We focused our effort on the Provo River Delta and Provo Bay as test areas, essentially, to figure out, can we bring this full scale? But again, we're pulling a lot of carp out, as you can see in that boat. That thing's full of carp. Pretty incredible when these nets work, when those carp come in and we trap them and you try to get them in a boat and your boat's full of carp. It's kind of a gross sight, but it's also kind of cool at the same time. So But again, with these baited box traps, the catfish clearly like corn too, is what we've kind of learned. They got 480 catfish in their traps this year. I think a lot of those came from one trap actually, but this is giving us the ability to show you the fish numbers versus my trap net data that we did this year, 22 trap nets we set up, and we had 30 catfish over our 22 nets. They set 94 box traps and they had 480 catfish over that. So again, they're high quality. That preferred line, which you're seeing over here, everything is up in that preferred memorable size. And you'll see that in the pictures that they're good quality catfish. Willer's got catfish, Paul's got catfish. But you can talk to Crockett, and if he doesn't catch a 10-pounder in a day, it's probably a bad day. Like, there's big fish in there, and there's a lot of them. And we're seeing that with our anglers. You got Chris Penny up there, caught that 23 or 24-pounder.
That was his daughter.
Yeah, his daughter. Yep, his daughter caught it. And then, no, that's all right. Is he still on? But these were also 20-pound fish that were caught as well this year. So I know you guys didn't take Crockett up on his offer, but if you still want to get out and get a different opinion before it comes back to the next cycle of being evaluated, catfish fishing right now, it's time. When you can go and catch a 20-inch fish, and we saw multiple 20-pound fish in 1 year, that's big. We haven't seen that in a long time, but they're growing, they're big, and they're plentiful. A 10-pound fish is pretty common right now. So the white bass are the other story. This is our white bass fishery that also creates our wipers for the state. So we rely on Utah Lake white bass. It's only a handful, so we don't need money, but last year we had 10, 12, 13-inch white bass everywhere. There were so many that they were dying in streams because they were stranding themselves on vegetation. This year, we maybe caught a dozen over 12 inches. We lost a whole year class out of the blue. So it was a really bad year to go to evaluation because we lost a high quality white bass fishery. There were still white bass in it, plenty of them, but they were all 6, 7 inches. So our catch rate significantly dropped from 2021. Andrew Nagy, he's our Utah Lake June sucker bio. He sets up trammel nets for their June suckers and they get a bunch of bycatch. He wasn't even seeing white bass. Like, they just didn't exist this year. We don't know why. We don't know how. It just, this was an odd year for them, and somehow they went into a black hole of Utah Lake and disappeared on us. So really frustrating, but in normal years and normal situations, you can go down during May when the white bass are spawning, get your limit of 10+ inch white bass in 30 minutes and then catch them for fun. And it's desired. You go to Battle Creek, the stream, Battle Creek stream that comes in, and there'll be 50 people fishing there, all catching fish. You go to the mouth of the Provo River, the old channel, they're all piling in there too, and it's a phenomenal white bass fishery, but this year was really an anomaly. So it did not help our evaluation costs. From the fish we did catch in 25 in our trap nets, they all kind of held standard to what we've been at before, a little bit lower, but they were all in that smaller size. Relative weights were even a little bit lower as well. Of course, this was July netting, so not too long after the spawn. They're probably a little thinner. But again, we just didn't have the numbers. So it was kind of a sad year for white bass. We do have northern pike in here. They are catch and kill due to the June sucker regulations, but this is our catch of northern pike over the last few years, and 2025 was probably our best year for northern pike. It's a unique fishery, even though you have to catch and kill them. But there's a lot of them in there all of a sudden. We had one gill net or a trammel net. I was out with Andrew this March, and I think we pulled 18 pike out of this one net. They've never seen that before. Normally it's 1 or 2 here, but we had 18 in one net. It's kind of scary because that's his job, is to keep June sucker alive and in the system, and have that many northern pike in one trammel net was kind of an eye opener. But again, we've had super good water for the last couple of years. They have ideal spawning areas. So I kind of expected that to happen.
What is their temperature range? As far, is it?
They live in cold. They live as far north as
I know we've got
Alaska, and also like they can go up and down. It's pretty variable. They of course want warmer waters, but they still thrive in cooler systems. So we'll go through scoring. I know it didn't score low, but technically it still got a score 6 in the fish population. Unique species, channel cat and trophy channel cats. Not many channel cat fisheries besides our community ponds that we actively put them in. No native sport fish. It's got June sucker, but that's not a sport fish. and it's not sustainable for any of cutthroat or anything like that. Naturally reproducing, all of our warm water fish are naturally reproduced. We don't stock anything in there. And diverse, it has 7 major sport fish species to fish for, all warm water, but still high numbers, crappies, bluegills, largemouth, pike, walleye fishing is phenomenal when you can hit it right, and there's some really big fish. But it's not or densities are low, but when you can hit the walleye right, you're catching 8-pounders pretty consistent out there. Used to be a really good walleye fish. Yeah.
So one question I had about Utah Lake itself is there's a lot of habitat and stuff around the shorelines.
Yep.
Do you find a lot of fish out in the middle of this lake?
We have some nets we put on Bird Island out there in the middle towards the south end. That's where all your walleye guys typically troll around, is around Bird Island offshore. But most of our sampling is nearest to shore. We can only put a trap net so close to shore because it gets so shallow so fast. So technically you could call that offshore, but it's still essentially relating to the shore. Yeah. Well, your walleye anglers, they know the hard bottom spots out there, and that's where they sit and troll for walleyes. Crockett does a lot of his catfish fishing off the bank, trolling around, finding the pods of fish versus waiting for them to come in. That's the common technique. You go to the rocks or you go to the structure when they're spawning, but throughout the whole year, you're well off the bank trolling around until you find those pods of catfish. So they are out there, and that's what makes it difficult because it's a massive system. It's very large. For the last couple of years, we've had full water in there, expanding that acreage by a lot. So, okay. So yeah, I gave it a score of 6. We'll move on to management. There is a management plan. It's being developed. It's almost implemented. So therefore it scored a little better than Deer Creek without a management plan. But again, it's just a start. We haven't implemented anything yet, but we are planning to do some different changes there. Mostly channel catfish focused due to the trophy aspect of that and the availability of most people fish for that. But we hope to maybe do something different. The Provo River Delta, in my opinion, is probably going to help sport fish just as much as going to help June sucker. We've been pit tagging a bunch of walleye in there every spring when they come in to spawn to try to figure out we're going to get more. Last year we pit tagged like 18 fish because we got there really late. This year we did about the same because Andrew and I also got there late because we had a training the week before, which would have been better. And we had like 7 recaptures. So we had the same fish come back into the system and spawn in the exact same stretch route. They're using it, but they're vulnerable during that time because you can fish for them. You just cannot possess them. But our patrol guys can't sit out there with their thermal goggles on waiting for somebody to snag a walleye and put it in their cooler. So we do worry about that aspect, but you hate shutting down a fishing opportunity for people. So you just got to trust that they're not going to sit and put a 30-inch walleye in their cooler at 1 a.m. But they're in there. I almost caught one with my bare hand actually last year because that's how vulnerable they can be at that time. So,
which would also be illegal.
Which is also illegal. Yes, we were trying to put a tag in a trap, so I tried to do that. I had to shock it eventually.
Is it legal in Utah to set jugs?
Didn't we just change Utah Lake's regs on set line fishing? Chris?
I don't think. Oh, yeah, go Chris.
Yeah, you can't have freewheeling jugs, but you can have set lines, and I think they just define that as the end of your line has to be attached to a stationary object. So that can be a bank, a fence post on bank or a tree on bank or something like that. So you can kind of run set lines or trot lines with them floating, but not just the floating jugs randomly.
Moving on to the access. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you said you don't want regulations to impact a fishing opportunity, even if it's something like that. Why not?
We don't have the data to say this is hurting the walleye reproduction. We can look at it and say, yeah, anybody snagging a fish and putting a fish in illegally is hurting. But by our fisheries numbers, we can't say that's the reason we don't have a lot of walleye in the system. There could be so many other aspects on it, given water quality. It's a warm system in walleye. I prefer cooler water. Is it even ideal for walleye anymore? That can bleed into it. But given walleye are so unique to the state and the areas, I would hate making people shut down their fishing opportunity for the people that are legal and do it how they're supposed to do it. And we just gotta try to increase patrol, which we've talked about with our law enforcement guys, and they're going to actively try and do a little more of that, knowing that we are seeing fish come into a specific area of the Delta and they sit there for hours and spawn. We can help hopefully get our law enforcement to be there at the right place, right time, but to shut down a protected stretch of the river, protect 30 walleye that we know spawn in there. I would hate to take away that opportunity for an angler to not fish for them and they do it right. And there's 1 out of 1,000 that don't do it right. Going to the shore access and all that, it has more access points, boat ramps, and all the other places I've just talked about. You can shore access at all of these places too. However, there is a lot of cities, private land, 200-mile walks to the water side. It's not ideal for shore access. So it did score lower. The percentage-wise was lower compared to a state park. But don't let it fool you. There is plenty of boat ramps that have jetties that you can go fish off of, and they're great fishing. And we hope to, part of the management plan is to increase those opportunities as well. So SOAR got 2, boat access got 4, given that there are so many boat ramp opportunities. Yes, some are private, some are public, some are state park, some are dirt ramp that you can put your duck boat into, whatever, but they're available. And then 5, you have variety of access points. Therefore, I determined it as 5 being good because there's great access and it's desired for multiple different parties. So that's where I kind of sat with that one. Water quality, water quantity, yearly drawdowns that we don't control. They could be 4 feet, they could be 6 feet down, and they have been in the past. That makes it almost impossible to fish. A lot of water quality warnings, although, as Chris said 2 days ago in our meeting, they're sending off their catfish samples that we gave them, and there's a good chance that there is no consumption advisory on catfish. So cross your fingers. They got results that indicate that there shouldn't be, but they've sent them to a new lab to make sure those results are accurate. So that'd be a big improvement for big improvement for angler perception and users perception that Utah Lake is just as good as Jordan Ellerfield Creek by means of fish consumption.
We used to be able to smell the creosote when you fillet the fish out of there, and you just smell it, just chuck it. That hasn't been.
So it came back under the warning levels. They're sending me the second batch and confirm. So Trinity, you can go to the scoring here quickly. Move on.
So yeah, Utah Lake was the one that's because it's I don't know why I said orange, or sorry, moderate here. It's it's large. So it goes to 65. Even if it was 60 though. The average score was 51.2. And you know, it's a lot having to do with I have some brain parts to what these are, but some access, right? And this is the access being too easy or difficult, limiting or maximizing, right? So a lot of variability there.
And it's setting,
yes. Yeah, so low scores overall. There's always the option to, if the council wants to vote, but with that far of a spread, I think maybe the vote and the discussion could we move it to a potential blue ribbon, knowing that there's going to be a lot of work being done on it, and we can revisit in 5 years. That would be my thought.
I kind of agree with that. There's a lot of good things going on. There are just tremendous catfish being caught. But I do believe that it's on the rise. There's a lot of attention on it and so forth. And I think that it's only going to get better, more than likely. But
talking to people that have fished and caught catfish on it, they had a good time. Big catfish.
That Delta is an amazing project too. I mean, it's incredible.
Maybe a score close like this, but not over, even helps drive some of that anyway, not just, but putting it on the consideration might help.
My understanding with Utah Lake is it used to be a premier cutthroat trout fishery back in the day. In fact, there was historically commercial trout fishing on that lake. Geneva came in there, I think, years ago, the steel factory, and I think that had a lot to do with the condition of that lake. It is up and coming. I mean, from a biological standpoint, is it even possible to restore that lake to, what it was? And you look at the whole Provo system and all the way up into the mountains and, man has done an interesting job with that whole thing, and Weaver's the same. Is it even possible to consider that in the future reintroduction of native species into that system?
It's a different lake. It doesn't have low water. I tried to map out a place where I was gonna try to walk all the way across it. And it's, I thought there'd be mud and stuff, but it's still in the silt mound. It's the bottom of the farmland, the briars and everything. Until you can get all that out, it's just gonna keep filling the silt, get worse.
You don't think the Delta is gonna maybe help that?
Yeah, this big.
Consider water availability habitat. Yes.
Yeah.
What other drainage? Well, I mean, I remember spending time down there just because when I moved here 30 years ago, you still had that plant down there and you had that Anderson development group down there. Because toxic plant.
Well, to your point, I think, and Tyler said it perfectly, like, it's the perception of Utah Lake. Like, we're trying to overcome a generational idea that everything bad goes to Utah Lake. I mean, I'm from Pleasant Grove. And so within a mile of the crow flies, you have the sewer plant and the landfill. So, I mean, there's a whole section of people that live around the lake thinking everything that is bad. If I want to go do something illegal, I go down by the lake. If I want to go hide something illegal, I go to the lake. If I want to go watch illegal activity, I go to the lake. And so everything bad is at the lake. This is like, talk to anybody that grew up in Jefferson County. It's like, so we're trying to overcome this idea that, like, Blue Ribbon, like, if we're trying to promote people to come fish and come to our state and they pull up Utah Lake, I think people like that really takes people back. That
in what way?
That it's this perception that, like, if you think of a Blue Ribbon fish, you think of strawberry versus Utah Lake, and so I fully agree. Like, in my lifetime, how it has improved with Geneva leaving, the Delta, the carp being removed. I mean, it is light years ahead of even in my lifetime. But I still think there's this generational perception that everything bad is at the lake. And Tyler did a great job selling it. I did not hear him say one time mosquito or diaper the whole time or dead cat carcass. So great job. Okay. So, but I think maybe just like a consideration that it's awesome that we're even voting on it, that it's even a possibility. And hopefully with all these improvements that it'll just continue, the trend is just will continue to go up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of parties involved. And that's why this management plan has taken 3 years, because we're trying to create a management plan with another group creating one, and we're trying to link our same objectives together. So we're not all doing a different thing somewhere else. We're all working together, and it's
Well, how is the June sucker doing? I mean, they flooded that Delta 2 seasons ago?
They're doing well. Of course, they're downlisted. They're not delisted as it was stated in a news article. They are downlisted. And Andrew has had better success at finding larval fish than ever in the past years. The Delta's not as good as Hobble Creek is. Hobble Creek had that big restoration project as well, and we're seeing recruitment of larval fish, and they're finding them. The Delta's still struggling, and whether that's the fish trying to relate to a brand new system, possibly. But they're working on some side projects. They released some bigger fish into the Delta, and with their pit tag arrays, try to track those fish as well. So we'll see if any of those fish come back in that they released, but they went out and sampled where they released fish a couple weeks later, and they couldn't get any. They just fully disappeared. A lot of them did go out of the system, but a lot of them just haven't been picked up anymore. So they are doing some side projects to figure out how that Delta is improving.
It's going to take a while for, the willows are just little dinkers, and it's going to take a while for all that, but it's going to be 10 years really before that thing gets to my opinion.
No, you're right. They put a ton of work into those islands and areas for vegetation that then were flooded for a year and a half. So how much of that actually survived is up in the air. Are they gonna have to replant some of these things and bring it back off the dike and everything? But June sucker have found their way up into it. Still get a lot that go to the old channel and find the dam and they can't get through anymore, but they're finding their way around, and Andrew is tracking them actively to make sure that they are using it and they are using it. It's just a matter of, are they surviving in the design that they have been given to recruit into the system? That's still questionable. But again, it's been 2 years. We can't answer that question on a long-lived fish. So.
That's a 30-year deal. I mean, look how long it took to repair the drainages around Strawberry.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, our club, I've always been planting wells up there for 15 years, and people have been up there for 40 years.
Yeah.
Quick question on the one slide you had, the sport fish, you didn't have northern pike listed. It was later, just so we're not considering those as sport fish until like right now because of the.
Yeah, I didn't want to dig into that.
Okay, sorry to bring it up. No, you're good.
We don't treat them as, we treat them as an invasive fish.
Okay. Yeah.
English treat them as sport fish. They don't want to kill them. And some guys probably don't kill them even though they're supposed to.
Okay.
But they're in there.
I figured
it's
it's
inevitable
that issue.
But the weird thing in my eyes is, Andrew and I have talked about this a lot, that why are we now all of a sudden seeing increases in numbers, even though they've been in there for a very long time? Like, what took until now to finally show 60 some fish in his travel nets versus 20 they normally get? Was it literally just 2 good water years that showed up out of nowhere that boomed the population, or what? Because it's not like they've been in there for 5 years. They've been in there for a very long time.
Water creates miracles.
But yeah, they're until they're managed as a sport fish, I felt like it wasn't worth really kind of talking about them where we're at with them, but not.
Are the other sport fishing?
I figured that.
Are they a concern for the June sucker?
To an extent, and Andrew's trying to answer those questions a little more, how they're going to do some stable isotope analysis and more diet analysis. Anytime they catch pike or catch bigger sport fish in their netting, and if they're dead, they'll cut into them and find them. I think after they stock that large batch of larger June suckers that had pit tags in them, they then set some travel nets a couple days later, and he had one pike that had like 3 of those tagged fish already in it. So there are other fishers. I think the biggest one he's concerned is green sunfish, really. They boomed pretty heavy, and they're more of a predator side of the sunfish world versus bluegills. They don't get big, but when the larval June suckers are here, that's an easy food for thousands and thousands of green sunfish we had in there in that first year. This year was the year of the bluegill and the yellow perch. Last year was green sunfish. We'll see what year 3 brings.
But you see them in the catfish and the walleye.
We just don't do enough. We don't. Our trap nets are all live traps. We let everything go that is alive. So we don't dissect. Maybe Chris cuts into a few catfish, but we're not looking into that at the moment.
Should we?
Do we take a
decision?
vote for that? For potential?
Yeah. Clint, did you?
So I know there's a lot of like discrepancy, and I'm just going back years ago when we did Lost Creek and we had a widespread from max to mins. Those that rated in this, you guys can take this decision, but like, why did you give it a 5? Why did somebody give it a 5 versus a 0? So, Tyler knows what he's looking at, right? If there's things that can be changed, that's not just the sport fish thing, right? Like if it's amenities or whatever, like you guys scored it. Maybe it's something that's talked about in other meetings because we're late, like we're long today, but something to think about because it gave me some insights at Lost Creek of what I couldn't control. And what I couldn't control was the amenities that were not there. And so that was one of the first things that I started working on was new restrooms and, access or whatever, right? And to bolster that score. Honestly, if a couple of people move some scores around here, it would give you a high enough score to, like, you could have the group vote and say, hey, we'll push it this way.
I agree with that completely. Looking at those, there's 4. How many people are in this room? More than 4 people. So whether it's 5 years or 2 years, and we give you guys another 2 years to fish this system and come back with a score, I've given you all the data I can give you. I could give you a quick summary of update, but it's not much is going to change. And we get 8 scores like we had for Strawberry. We get rid of that 30-point spread pretty quick. So
I would encourage everybody to get out.
So I would, so if, this is more of a blue ribbon question, but the Jordanelle thing and this is what made me think of it. Like, if we make something blue ribbon, because it has bathrooms or amenities or whatever. But it's really not that swell of a fishery. Sorry, that's what I think of Jordan now, that I just don't go there because there's too many good places that, you know, a wakeboard didn't run me over, you know, or go right over my line. If we make places like that and say that's blue ribbon, when are we just watering down, you know, our blue ribbon rating? Like you said, when somebody gets on the website and looks up blue ribbon day and sees it's Utah Lake with, I mean, do you know what I mean? Not everything in the state can be blue ribbon.
If everything's special, then nothing is special.
Well, especially if you can skew the score by saying things that maybe, at least to fly fishermen, at least, to me, having a fish cleaning station and a bathroom and a boat ramp for, you know, those kind of things, that may be blue ribbon, but I mean, depending on what you fish, if anything, that's a detriment. I mean, having a boat whoop around and knock you over is not a plus.
So the important thing to remember about how Utah is scoring the blue ribbon fisheries, there are 3 components, and you see that in the criteria, right? There's the fishery, there's the habitat, and there's the access. And so to have, we probably pretty much need to have 2 of the 3 really elevated to be able to be considered blue ribbon. So it's not just the fishery like in some other states, a lot of the surrounding states that have these gold medal or blue ribbon waters. So that is an important distinction that we need to remember. It is a very good question, and I would certainly encourage everyone to think about that as we move through any of these water body ratings that we do every year. And it is well within your right to say, no, this isn't, there's a lot of variation here, but it's just not a blue ribbon fishery for XYZ reason. And that's your perception, right? So that's why we're asking everyone or more people to provide their feedback. So having said that, hopefully that helps a little bit. And it's a great addition to the discussion, I would say, but I think we still have the lower and the middle provo. I've been doing good on time. So if maybe in the interest of time, we could just take a vote on whether or not it should be potential. I guess I wasn't quite understand. Maybe just ask for a motion. I don't know whether that's vote for it as a blue ribbon, vote for it as a potential blue ribbon, or not vote for it. I wasn't sure where everyone was at. So maybe we just need to get a motion.
My thought would be that we table it for 2 years and let these guys do some more work. I mean, I'd rather not vote on up or down. It's my thought on the thing. I'd rather not vote up or down at this point. You know, we're in a public meeting. There's potential there, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. Potential could be 2 years. It could be 20 years. Doesn't know. I mean, I don't view Utah Lake as a blue ribbon fishery at this point in time. It's like Blanding when we voted on Blanding. You know, go and visit Blanding. It's a great fishery, but the amenities weren't there. You know, some of the other things that we talked about then. But with Utah Lake, the stakes are pretty high for that area. I mean, that, you know, 40, 50 years from now, when some of us will be gone, you know, I'd rather keep working it, pushing in that direction. But I don't want to say, well, I want to say no, but I don't want to say yes either. Does that sound wishy-washy?
No.
But you got a management plan January 26th. Is that what it was?
I think.
Yeah, it'll be active January.
See what happens in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, just a lot of good discussion. Give it 2 years. We'll revisit it again in 20. Sometimes I don't even know what this year is anymore.
27.
So 20, maybe get through 2026, 2027, and we'll look at it again in 2028.
Maybe updates along the way.
Yeah.
So that we know what's being done.
And
people go out and fish it. My son loved it. He caught some huge catfish. He'd go back.
That's my own personal score would have been high if I had scored it, but it's been over 2 years since I fished it. And I mostly go out and ice fish, and ice fishing is fantastic there, especially early in the season. So it's one of the better places to go. And I've had fun catfishing there. We've gone after carp. I mean, and walleye. I've done a lot of it there, and it's all there. It's anything you want. You can take the kids, spread them out, and just put rods out. You don't know what you're going to catch. So I would have scored a high if I had scored.
This gives you an opportunity, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
Should have gone.
2 years.
Okay,
Or
so
5 years. I don't know.
no need for a vote, sound like, okay.
I'm gonna cruise through Provo because our scores are very similar. I'll still give you the fish data because I know you guys like fish data, but we all know the middle, we all know the lower. Different regulations on certain stretches. Some got bait, some don't. Some is artificial, blah, blah, blah. Tailwater fisheries of both Deer Creek and Jordanelle, which are blue ribbon fisheries. And this is mostly a brown trout fishery on both sides of it. A little more rainbow trout on the lower than the middle, by our numbers. But again, very, very similar fisheries. So 3 sites on the middle that we sample, standard by the White Bridge or the Conway Bridge, 2400 and Legacy Bridge. Big effort, takes 20, 30 people on those days to get out a wall out of river. So here's our numbers. By our numbers, the Middle Provo 6-inch fish per river mile has increased at all sites across years besides 2015 sampling, where it was a little more variable. But again, that trend is showing an increase in fish per river mile across. You look at our biomass estimates, we roughly have 1,800 pounds of fish per mile. And we all like to hear the numbers. Wyoming, I think, is 300 or 600 fish per river mile for their blue ribbon fisheries. So if we compare it to another state, we are knocking that out of the park. A little bit lower last year compared to past years, but all those sites were the same, which is kind of unique enough too, where they all had roughly the same estimates, even though their length estimates were a little more scattered. So moving on to just brown trout length, that is held true. The average brown trout length of those adult fish has held true to that 11, 12 inches for all of our sites that we sample. And then condition has actually increased a little bit across. So we're getting healthier fish, in quotes, you could say. They're still a little long and skinny in some people's eyes, but by the books, their condition's pretty good. They're healthy fish. They're doing well. Means there's a good amount of forage, which is sculpin, which we have a lot of those in there as well. But it's been stable. That's the key thing. It's not like we've seen a big incline or a big decline. It's been stable across all our sampling years. Going back to the other metrics of our trophy and memorable, 37% of our fish that we sample in 24 are preferred or higher, which is 11.8 inches. So a little bit down from the year before, but again, holding very consistent across 2014, 2019, and 2024. And there's that trophy metric for brown trout. 3% of our fish are trophy, therefore it is a trophy fishery. Looking at mountain whitefish, which is your unique and your native fish that we have in here. It's a dang good mountain whitefish fishery. There's not a lot of them, but when you catch one, it's probably a big one. And they're just a big old tube coming at you. They really don't do well with any electrofish around them. We all can know that if you come out and sample. But when you catch one, they're big, and there's a lot of big ones in there. So it's always cool to see. That was kind of my eye opener last year when we did this, was the number of mountain whitefish you get in the hole, and they all were like 18 inches long. It's like, wow, this is awesome to see. When we hear mountain whitefish populations are declining in the West, might be seeing next, we're not getting a ton of small fish, but we're still getting fish. So there's a chance that they can reboot themselves a little bit here. So we'll go quickly through scoring. Like I said, gave it a score of an 8. So it has unique species, mountain whitefish, trophy fish, phenomenal mountain whitefish, and technically brown trout. And you get the occasional brown trout from Deer Creek when they're up to spawn. The big mouse eaters, you want to call them, whatever it is. Some really nice brown trout that come in there if you want to go fish at 2 a.m. in August or whatever. Not my thing to do, but I know guys that do it. Native sport fish, mountain whitefish, naturally reproducing everything. We don't stock a single fish in the Provo River. So we cannot warrant adding more fish to that system with how many fish are in there. And diverse. There's 4 major species. You're not going to get any more than that really in a river system. So Question 6 gave it a score of 4, so it has no management plan. It is doing well. There might be somebody that would argue their fish are too skinny or there's too many, and that's not common. Everybody wants to catch fish, but right now we don't see any need for a management plan to change what's going on the Middle Provo right now. And there's already different regs. So people that want to harvest, they can go down to Deer Creek and harvest fish and fish with bait. Or if they're diehard fly anglers, they can fish towards Jordanelle and only artificials. So it has already some special regs, but we don't need any management plan to direct us in that direction. Accessibility shore, once you are on the river, you are good to go. We have a big land purchase way back in the day that got us the ability to have land on both sides of the river and fish both sides of the river, and there's trail systems there. We have 7 developed access points to get to the river. Some are really close, you get right on there. Other times you go and you walk a mile down the river and get away from the crowds. So it has a little bit of everything. Water quality and water quantity. It has year-round flows because it's a tailwater fishery. So they have a pretty good growing season. It's not just ice, it's not iced on. There's always water flowing through it. We have good water year-round. Of course, in the irrigation season, it's almost can't fish it because there's so much water coming down, but there's always water coming down, which is not common for some places. Really great. But of course, if you have warm water in your upper fisheries of Jordanelle and you're pumping that into the river system, it could cause some concerns for more moss growing or warmer water temperatures that hinder fishability of it because you worry about too high of water temperatures in there to safely handle fish. So there is a little bit of concern, but it's not a significant amount. So that's why it's scored that way. Has anybody got any questions, comments? What do we want to talk about that one?
Share. Going over to the Middle Provo, that one did meet, we scored a 67 out of 65 is a large stream. So, yeah, good for a vote.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to maintain Middle Provo.
Discussion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor of keeping the Middle Provo as a blue ribbon? All right, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Cool.
Lower Provo are monitored, even though my slide says Middle Provo monitoring. That's what happens when you put it in there at 7:30 this morning. So we just did this one, October 27th. Mike really had a quick turnaround. Our poor technician that we hijacked from Andrew while he was on vacation sat entered data for 3 days. A lot of fish. I think in one day, like I said, we measured 1,400 fish in one day. That's a lot of lines to enter in, and a lot of mistakes that occur. So Mike took some time and went through it, and we got some results, and very similar to what I just showed you as well. But we sampled 4 sites here. We got the mouth of the canyon where you guys purchased water for us years ago to keep stream flows at a minimum through the mouth of the canyon. Right below the dam, right at the trestle where our easement is, and then the tunnels for Sundance. Those are our 4 sites. Here's our estimated fish per river mile for this year. So that's 6,800 fish per river mile where the tunnel is. That was our rough day where we caught a lot of fish. Definitely up higher compared to past years, but again, that one is always normally a little bit higher. A lot of fish in there, a lot of fish. That was a long day for us, and it was very crappy weather. But all the other ones are really high too. You got 2,700. The average is 3,900 fish per river mile. Of course, that one brings the average up a little bit. But again, when your lowest one is 1,800, and that's at a stream that doesn't have as much water flowing down and is very skinny, very small compared to the rest of the canyon, that's still a lot of fish per river mile. Looking at the poundage, 300 to 500, average 391 pounds per river mile, or pounds per acre, turning into almost 3,000 pounds per mile for the Lower Provo. High, a lot of fish in there, a lot of all size fish in there as well. A little bit down compared to past 2021, but still right on line with where we've been in the past. Brown trout length. very similar from top to bottom. Of course, the dam has a little bit bigger fish because you get some escapees from Deer Creek, and it happens, and it's more rainbow focused up there too. But again, very similar to what we just had in the Middle Provo, maybe a little bit larger fish than the Middle Provo by our numbers. But again, lower than what we had in past years. So that's kind of raising a little bit of a question, like, why did we drop a little bit, even though we've had really flushing flows for the last couple of years, which maybe would hurt the smaller fish. We're getting more smaller fish. But again, we've had 2 weeks to look at this data. So we're still, I'm lucky I got you guys some numbers for this, to be honest with you. Condition though, looking at all the fish conditions here, they're all above the value of 1, which is good. So they're healthy, even though they might come off as skinny by our books, they're looking pretty healthy. Yes, we are sampling these in October, where brown trout are probably at their peak weight because of the spawn. Might elevate those numbers a little bit. They're still looking pretty good. Here's just a quick size distribution of all brown trout sampled from the lower Provo. So you can see those age class spikes, smaller fish, another year fish, another year, kind of tapering off, just as expected. You're not going to have a bunch of giant fish, and we've talked about that today. But again, really good. There's a lot of different fish in there. People can catch, go there and catch a lot of fish, go there and catch big fish. You can get mountain whitefish, you can get rainbow trout, you can get brown trout. And even below the dam, you might get some perch or some walleye or some smallmouth that escaped as well. It's a good fishery. It always has been. It's always heavily used. I don't have our creel data from 23 as well for that. But that was also the year where we had a bunch of discussion about access that kind of probably hindered our numbers as well. But again, it was still up there. And if you look at the economic survey we had, it was top of the number, top of the list for river, right? It was the highest used river blue ribbon fishery in the state. So it gets its use. It's known for that. It's when you're 10 minutes, 15 minutes from the mouth of the canyon, you get your after work crowd, just like you do in Deer Creek. So looking at those PSDs again, a little bit lower, not as many trophy fish, but good amount of fish in that preferred and memorable, which is what anglers really want to see. Of course, they always want to see a trophy, but they really want to see some of those memorable size, those 15 inches or more. And they're there, they're in the system. Mountain whitefish, again, a lot less mountain whitefish than 21 survey. But again, still some really, really nice fish. We had one that I've never seen a whitefish that big. I think it was a half an inch off that was at the trestle, I believe. Mickey, remember that one we had there? I think it was right. Did you get that one?
Yeah,
I think it was like a half an inch off.
Broke my
state
record. It broke the electric net. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like a half an inch off the state record for length or something like that. It was a big whitefish. So they're there. They're in there. People can catch them. Fun to catch. So we'll go through scoring real quick. I'm doing this one a little bit different. Fish population again, mountain whitefish unique and trophy. And of course, rainbow trout. There's a good chance to catch a trophy rainbow trout because they escaped through Deer Creek. Native sport fish. We have a lot of more bonnetbills getting caught because we have been stocking them in the upper tributaries of South Fork and North Fork. And we sampled quite a few of them as well. I just didn't add them into this presentation. Everything's naturally reproducing. We don't stock anything directly into the Provo River because we have a lot of fish per mile. And diverse, 4 major species in a river system, which you can't really get much more than that. So it hits that quality as well. Management, same exact thing as the middle. So I'll cruise through that. The special regs in certain spots where you can bait fish below the diversions and artificial fish above. And then we're going to skip the access because I'll pull that up on the other page because it didn't fit on here. Water quantity, water quality, same exact thing in the middle. Tailwater fishery, great growing seasons. But because it's a tailwater fishery, if we have high flows or high water temperatures above, there could be concern for fishable conditions by means of water temperature in those at times. So that's where it got to 8 versus 10. And then the access, shore, I gave it a 4, and we'll go through that. Multiple city parks throughout all the lower reaches, good pull-offs throughout the whole canyon, and you can put your fly craft in there, which you can't do on the middle. We have an angler easement since 1993 at the trestle, allows you to get upstream of there and fish. Of course, that is currently in litigation, so we're not allowed to talk the details of it, and hopefully we have an answer for that soon. But using the maps and mapping out the river, if you keep that easement in, and that is ours, we have 93% of that river is blue ribbon and public fishing. Therefore, it hits the 81% threshold to be a 4 on the shore fishing side. If you take that out, it only drops to 78, which technically would go to the 3, but it still is 70% of that canyon is publicly available for fishing. Hopefully we don't lose that stretch river because it is a highly desired stretch river to fish. But even if we do, we have a lot of river to still fish throughout that whole canyon, giving it a good score, high score on shore fishing.
So what do they consider the easement right now? How much do you have on the shore? Because I heard that you have to be in the water.
I am choosing not to answer that question right now. So
that's what everybody says.
Unless you want to.
But then people are getting in trouble. So
right now we are directing people to fish it at their desired. They want to go and fish, they can go fish. We're not going to tell you you can, and we're not going to tell you you can't. But we are warning people that it is in litigation and there's a chance that something could happen and the cops could be called. But hopefully that gets solved soon. It is a battle because it's UDOT, Remax's coalition, DWR are all doing different situations right now. I don't know when it's going to get solved. None of us do. I'm staying out of it because I've only been here for a couple of years. I don't need to get in that early in my life. I'll wait till life retires before I get into that conversation. But again, that's potentially 1.6 miles from the trestle to the campground where it is private. Campground stretch is private. We know that's private. That's always been private. You can float down it, and people do float down it, and that's only 0.7 miles. And then above that to the campground and the dam, roughly 0.4 miles. So it has 10, 11 miles of river, and 93% of that, by our understanding, is fishable to the public. And I'll leave it at that for scoring. So you guys can drill me with what questions you want, but that's kind of where we stand right now.
Of course.
And I apologize it took so long. I thought 6 water bodies would flow through, but that was a lot of work for one little meeting.
A
So
lot of great information.
I apologize.
So much. That was a lot.
That was a lot, thanks.
I've been staring at a computer screen for way too long.
A lot of info. So it well above the 65 needed, 68.8, so even better than the middle of Provo. So definitely worthy of a vote. Make a motion.
Motion to keep it.
Okay. Got a motion?
I'll second.
Got a second? Any more discussion?
It was fun. Thank you, Ryan. That was a really great day.
That was really fun.
My heart needed that. My soul needed that.
Beautiful stretch
It's
of
a
water.
lot of fun. So
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. So we,
okay.
I don't think that's a surprise. but-
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, everyone. There was a few more things on the agenda, but most of the vast majority is just like the typical business stuff, so I can deal with that in email. The regulations, there's no reason to worry about this deal with in January. So
Would it help you if we gave you some comments on it?
if
Just say,
if folks have comments, maybe have a few minutes to like hang around afterwards, definitely, if we have comments, I would definitely take them for sure, but we could just run through just run through the list in January. We don't have to torture folks, keep them around longer. So, and Jim's here. Congratulations, Jim. We voted you in.
Well, you weren't here. We're not gonna tell you.
Yeah, yeah.
Payments will start next month.
So we had to first thing in the morning, the vote, and we just said, we'll just vote in. You've been to the last 2 meetings. So I will talk with you about how to make that official. And the next meeting will be January, and so we'll make sure we can get you in officially before that. So
Thanks for everyone being here. Do we need to have a motion to dismiss?
I think so,
I need to add one thing. I want to thank everybody that I've worked with on the council, but particularly I've been so impressed with the DWR staff, the biologists, not only their professionalism, but their willingness to work with us amateurs. I mean, state is lucky to have this crew. I just want that on the record.
Thank you.
It's really are.
Appreciate your service and
Thanks much.
appreciate
Good luck
that.
to all of you.
Yeah, thanks, TJ. Do we have a motion to dismiss?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, You got that? All in favor?
Aye.
Cool. Everybody seconded it, so.